Welcome to Archangel Revelations and Prophecies 444. I'm Gad, your host. A viewer requested a birth natal chart analysis, so that's what we're going to do. You're looking right at it. As you see, a lot of activity on the left side of the chart and going into the lower. I guess you could call that the south end. All right. So we're going to get started. Very interesting. If you notice, the 29 next to that little diamond asteroid looks like a diamond with a little cross at the bottom of it, underneath it. That's Pallas at 29 degrees. So you already know we're dealing with a little bit of Scorpio karma. But when you continue to follow, then you get 28 at her east point, the EP. All this will be explained. And then you got the number 8. So of course we will be taking our time. It's always good to have, let me just explain a few things. First off, anybody that gets their natal chart, you get a free report. Now that report is already worth a whole lot of money, because it'll save you all that research you would have to do on your own. It deals with all of astrology, the archangel cards, tarot cards is on there. A little bit about chakras is on there. The way this has always been done is to help people better understand astrology, because astrology, that is your science at the end of the day. But unfortunately, because you're in a matrix, people view astrology like it has to be bubblegum astrology. You just want to talk about love or your career or something like that. But really, this was a science. It's a life science. When you listen on YouTube, you hear a lot of people say spirit. Spirit said this, spirit said that, your spirit guide. Now, the funny thing about that is, let's just say you believe in astrology, but don't believe in, say, Christianity. But they say spirit too. So what I'm trying to tell you is, if you go to the spirit realm, it's always going to be a measure of faith. And it's always going to be a measure of things may not look like they're going down exactly the way you thought they were or whatever. But you still, if you hang in there and go through it, you'll still see it. So what I try to do is, and people get mad at me for doing it, but I'm going to keep doing it. I try to get you to use the brain God gave you, and it's to use common sense. It's not just bubblegum love and, oh, you're mad at me because I don't always say love and talk bubbly, so you run somewhere else. But you're doing yourself a disservice when you do that, because you're still going to have to answer to that chart. That's a message from spirit or God to you, that natal chart. So to say I don't need it done, I'm not going to get it done, or I'm not going to do it with him, whatever excuse you're using, you're actually doing yourself a disservice. And I know that. So that's why I seldom I don't change, because it's not like I'm lying. And I sit here every day and watch YouTube. I study everything. Just like in more recent years, if you notice, a lot of people are getting caught and going to jail lately. 1 minute a guy's like the hottest rapper around right now, and everybody believes that garbage he's selling. I knew that was a bunch. That's why you never heard me talk about him on any of my channels, because I know he wasn't what he said he was. I know it was a big mistake, and now a whole thing has been destroyed because of him. Now, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's fake. And a lot of this other stuff you see out here is kind of fake. So the point I'm making before we get started is, the closer you get back to your natal chart, the better off you'll be, the better off your life will become. But it is a walk just like anything else. So like I said, a guidance. Your life If you've been on this planet even for just 18 years, that's relatively long. 18 years is a lot of time, especially if you break it down by seconds and stuff like that. So this is a guidance through your whole life. But you begin to learn, the more you begin to learn. And the more you walk with your natal chart, the more you start to see animal messages, all kind of messages all around. Whereas right now, when you just do it the easy way, you don't really see those messages. So you may be on your way somewhere and the universe is trying to warn you, but you haven't trained yourself to really open back up to spirit. And then you find yourself in a situation where maybe that wouldn't have happened if you had been more alert to listening. So that's the whole thing with the natal chart. That's why we say slow it down, try to understand. And I've made it easy as far as you have your natal chart, you have the free report. There's many ways you can actually understand what's going on. You can't approach this just on your feelings because you're playing yourself out. And that's why somebody will tell you, I love my twin, but just sleeping with everybody else. And I've seen that on YouTube. I've seen one woman justify sleeping with everybody, but yet she's waiting on a twin, or she loves her twin. So which one is it? But that's what's going to happen when you don't approach this correctly. You're going to take what I call non-life purpose stuff and mix it in. You're going to mix in the quote garbage, unquote, with the truth. But when you have your chart, you begin to realize things. And again, the more you open up to your chart, the more you open up to the universe, the more the universe is going to be talking to you through your readings, your horoscope readings, and stuff like that. So that's the correct way, the universal's way of approaching your birth natal chart. And that's the way I do it. I don't deviate from it because I know how wonderful it is and how powerful it is. And I know in the long run, it works itself out. And shortcuts, people usually regret shortcuts. Like I said, those guys in Brooklyn, they thought they had they thought they had a golden goose with that rapper. They thought they had a golden goose. And that ride was fascinating for a while, but then it came crashing down. And now those guys are looking at 47 years in jail and all kind of crazy stuff. But that's what happens when you break the way things were set up and try to do it the shortcut way. You have to pay for that at some point in time. All right. So we had a free report as well. We always tell people to take notes. Why? Because you're getting ready to hear a lot of information. When you're taking notes, at least you have it written down. And you can look back at it. And some people feel like, oh, this was so much and whoa, I have more. And that's true. But we all have to appreciate, all of us have time. All this is time. So all that has to be appreciated. So that's why I try to go slow. I try to explain it the best I can. And then anything after that, if you have any further questions, if you want to make another order, that's fine. But that's why I do it this way. Because you have the information there. And like I said, this is not something you're going to get in one day. You're not going to listen to your natal chart and be like, oh, now I understand everything. No. Slow it down. You got to start to use that brain, because that's how it's supposed to work. It's brain and heart. It has to be balanced. And that's what the universe is about, balance. That's why if you look on your natal chart, if you study astrology, if you notice, they always like show you two symbols. Why are they doing that? Because they're showing you everything is duality. So it's mind and heart. It's not just heart. And that's why I say once people get, like in that case, I'm going to use it one last time. That was all about greed. See, they forgot about the codes. They forgot about a whole lot of stuff. They just saw a golden goose. And they thought they were going to ride that golden goose to fame and fortune. But they put their trust in somebody who was not what he acted like he was. He's a great actor, a great entertainer, a great rapper, but he was not no gangster. He was not no thug. He was not no tough guy. And as soon as a little pressure came, he folded. So that's why I say it's the same principle. When you slow it down, when you take notes, when you listen, When you actually go through the process, you only get better. And then when things come your way, you're less inclined to react only with your emotions, or less inclined to only look at it from a mental viewpoint, because it has to be a point where you kind of work with the universe too. But it's all balance. It's a balance between your mind, your heart, and that intuition that connects in the universe. And then, if you're dealing with another person, they also have to get on board. But the good news is you'll be better grounded, anchored. So whatever they do you won't be flipping out. Cause like if we were talking about twin flames, that could really mess you up emotionally. Cause it's intense, it's a lot of energy, and the least little thing your twin does, you're flying off the handle because there's so much energy. But when you really start to understand it, you won't respond the same way, which means they won't go as nutty as they go. So we'll be looking at a few things. Give me a moment. So again, looking at that 29 degrees palace, definitely a karmic situation in Scorpio with Venus and Pluto. So that's deep. That's extremely deep. So we always have to determine which house is your first house. Now we see the ascendant. But we have to make sure that your EP, your East Point, is in the same house as your ascendant. And it is. So your ascendant is where the sun was rising over the horizon when you were born. Your East Point, EP, is where the sun was moving over the ecliptic when you were born. And the ecliptic is like the heart of the sun, which is like the ego as well. A person's ego, ego. Now, your ascendant, your sun sign, your ascendant is your rising sign, is also your sun sign. is Sagittarius. So it's a lot of fire in your first house. And then Aries rules the first house, which is another fire sign. And then you got Mars there. So that is a lot of intensity. So that's why I said this is not something that could be rushed. And that's why when people do bubblegum astrology, somebody will look at it real quick and say some more general, interpretation and keep it moving. And then it's not really a good understanding. So give me a moment. This is going to be interesting. I can already tell just by what I'm looking at. All right. Now, give me a moment. These people are. Astrology is not a religion. We're not sure if it's a science. Well, I'm telling you it is. They say it's magic, maybe. But as with Feng Shui, say things affect things. So as long as we don't go blaming our problems on the stars, well, to be honest, there is a connection, but you should always hold yourself accountable. As long as we assume responsibility for our own actions, I agree. Well, hell, a little auspicious coincidence and applicable wisdom can't hurt. And so, with that grain of salt, enjoy. They're talking about Frank Sinatra, who sings a song, That's Life. And they say Frank Sinatra is crooning in that song about who he might have been in a past life. All right, so they're going in. She's going way past what I'm looking for. So we don't need all that. All right. If you have Sagittarius rising on your first house, your most significant past life was associated with Scorpio. Now, just give me a moment. I want to look back to see a couple of things. There are many ways to look at your natal chart to learn about what might have been your past life. Some astrologers look to the planet Saturn, retrograde planets, and the north and south nodes in a birth chart to interpret someone's past life. But there is another more basic way to learn about your karma and past life experience. And don't worry, just because we're starting off with past life, I always go where the chart leads me. We're going to talk about everything. That's why I said we're going to take our time. And that's why I tell people when you take notes, because I try to be as thorough as possible. See, I'm not here to rip people off. I'm here to educate people. She says it's by knowing your rising sign, which is also known as the ascendant, as I said. She says the first house of your horoscope shows your ascendant or rising sign, and that is not always true. Sometimes your ascendant is in the 12th house or another house. The ascendant sign describes your personality and who you are. Okay, we know that. So she's just saying some people do north node, south node. Like she said, some people do Saturn. But she's saying if you go to your first house and look at it, if you go to your 12th house, that's your past life. So I have seen that done, and there is some truth to that. But what I've learned, like I've always been like an investigator, and I've learned the more you investigate, like what I've learned is this has already been done by people way smarter than me. So I don't have to reinvent anything. All I have to do is follow the clues, and everything becomes obvious. It's like these people are way wiser than me, and when they've done everything, they leave everything is done, and that's why I said if you really follow, because this is not none of this stuff. It may seem like it's oh wow, how can you? It's not. All you gotta do is listen and just like take notes, because you see me go step by step. So that's why I said sometimes I think either people are not paying attention, or sometimes it's just inwardly selfish. Like, because I study people. I love studying everything. And I notice that if I'm talking about something a person's interested in, they hear every word I say. Like, if you're a cokehead, oh, if I'm talking about cocaine, oh, you'll hear every word I say. But if I'm not talking about cocaine, then all of a sudden you get memory you can't remember. You keep going, huh? What did you just say? What did you just say, huh? What? But if I'm talking about something you like, you hear every word I say. Just like if somebody's listening now, they could give a freak less, right? But what if I all of a sudden I go, okay, there's a guaranteed $1 million on your street where you're at right now. And all you gotta do is listen to a few basic instructions and go out there. Not only when you get the money, but you'll have security and everything, so nobody's gonna rob you. And wherever you want to go, you can leave. You can stay in your house if you want. You'll be secure. Or if you want to leave your neighborhood right now with that $1 million, you got trucks and everything. And if they really believed I was telling the truth, I bet you everybody would be listening, and nobody would be spacing out. So that's how I understand human nature. None of this stuff is hard. It's just hard because if you don't really feel it that way, or you don't want to put the time in, you just want the easy way. And that's usually human nature. And that's why all these bubblegum astrologers and all these bubblegum people make so much money out here online, because most of these people just want a fast fix. And they don't even care if you're lying. You just got to make them feel a certain way. But unfortunately, in the real world, like I said, this is why you see a whole lot of people going to jail right now, because the universe is saying it's time to pay that debt. And Saturn is going to make you work. With Saturn, it's about work and rewards. It's not about finding the easy way to get through. Because then Saturn's going to come, Pluto might come, and they're going to make sure you pay for that. So now looking at your chart, that could definitely be true, because you see how that board I just showed you. First thing I did was 29 and 28, because I knew he was dealing with karma, and I knew he was dealing with sometimes I call it the end of a matter. So that's how she's interpreting it. But we're not just gonna do it that way as well. But just give me another moment. I'm just getting this information. They included the song with Frank Sinatra singing That's Life. See, what people don't understand is like when you look at a guy like Frank Sinatra, well, it's a lot, and it was funny because it's funny how the universe works, because he would have been the Tekashi 6ix9ine or the old school. That would have been Frank Sinatra, because he wasn't a gangster either. He was picked up by gangsters, but Frank Sinatra wasn't a gangster. So it's kind of funny how the universe works out. That's why I love being me. I'm gonna tell you why, because I be speaking, and like the proof's always coming my way, but you gotta understand the universe. Like if you looked at a transit chart right now, like last year and a lot of this year already, it's about Leo. Now my sun sign is Leo. So people can be mad at you, but you're still telling the truth, and that's all he's interested in. If that's they call him the king of the jungle. So it's not high-mindedness, it's not ego like everybody says. He's telling you the truth. And that's the lion is going to protect the whole. That's what he does. See, all this stuff is, you can't have it both ways. You say, oh, I want astrology. Tell me, am I going to find a girlfriend? Oh, I'm going to find a boyfriend. So you come to astrology for a selfish reason. And then when astrology tells you the truth, oh, I don't want that part. That's like somebody sitting in a church with a Bible, but they want to pick and choose what they want to believe. You can't do that. And that's when I keep saying, that's when karma comes to discipline. And I always warn people about that. So they even gave you the song from Frank Sinatra. And like I said, a lot of these people, when they decide to become famous, they got to take an oath. But when they take an oath, they become like receiving points for spirits. So a lot of songs you hear, like that song, I wrote the song, I write the song that makes the whole world. So you could think that's just Barry Manilow, but no, that's the spirit behind it telling you, I'm the reason for this music. And when you start to study spirituality, you find out who the first musician in the court of God was. See, all this stuff is true. That's why a lot of times when you hear mythology, it's not just mythology. That stuff really happened. So it is what it is. But, people think they can pick and choose, and, that's your prerogative. But remember what I'm telling you. At some point, you're going to have to answer for it. So if I'm going to answer for anything, I'm going to answer for the truth. I'm not going to answer for some nonsense that I just believe because my mother did or my father. I could care less what they believe, because if it's not true, I don't want no part of it. It's not going to help me when that day comes. And everybody, even on your natal chart, that's why they talk about karma and all that. And they give you 12 charts. And the number 12 is what? Pisces. Well, what is Pisces known for? Jesus Christ, Pisces, the fisher of men, boom, boom, boom. The same sign that the Christians use. Pisces is on your natal chart as a final house, which is the house of reckoning, answering for your errors, karma, all that stuff is in the 12th house. So you can't continually think that it's fake. And the more you study it, the more you're going to realize it's not. Just like I started off talking about a fake gangster that so-called real gangsters used, who recently got in trouble, and then they start talking. I don't know what they're going to do. I just found this website just now, and they're talking about Frank Sinatra, and that's what he was. He wasn't a real gangster. He was picked up by real gangsters. So there's always a reason for everything, and the universe is always in control. And when you really realize that, then you go down a path you should go down and stop taking shortcuts and stop thinking you know more than the universe. And then that's when you start to see the blessings of the universe. Now, a scorpion has a stinger, but Sagittarius has that arrow. Because that's why I say you can already see this as a fiery type individual. And that's why I said we can't rush it. Because it's going to be pros and cons to that. So the song is called That's Life by Frank Sinatra. And they say he sings about a past life in that song. But that's because even when he said I did it my way. See, these are songs sung by that spirit that was on him. And Frank Sinatra is best known to people of color when Sammy Davis Jr. was dying and everybody knew he was going to die. Frank Sinatra actually paid WABC, well, he actually paid ABC, Channel 7, airtime to throw Sammy Davis Jr. a big party. Whatever you want to call it. I don't know a good word. I'm just going to say a memorial for Sammy. But Sammy was there. Sammy Davis Jr. was there. But he honored him. And if it hadn't been for Frank Sinatra, nobody else would have did that. And you could probably watch that on YouTube if you wanted to. It says if you have Sagittarius rising on your first house, your most significant past life was associated with Scorpio. Now that might be true, your most significant past life, but you've had other past lives. And that's why I said we have to be very careful. So I'm glad they said most significant past life. Because that would make sense to me, because Taurus is always popping up on in my life. But I know what my north, see, I know north node, south node. So I was always going by my past life, by my south node. But now what they're trying to say is, well, you're most significant. But like, you really have to know charts. Because I'm not going to say that's true or not true. But it is funny, if you were to see my chart, you could see it now. But now I realize that Taurus probably is a relative past life. But I also know that looking at my chart, I can tell either the most significant past life was Capricorn energy, or one of the most significant past lives was Capricorn. Because that's what I'm going through now. But Taurus is big with me. Always, my brother-in-law is a Taurus, and my guardian angel is a Taurus. Taurus energy. Your most significant past life was associated with Scorpio. The deep thinking and investigation you did in your past life now gives you the ability to share your knowledge, whether through philosophizing or teaching about what you've learned. Your deepest need is to be totally unrestricted so that you can continue your journey in a quest for new adventures. Your karma is to not allow your free spirit to keep you from enjoying the intimacies of a one-one commitment. I think she meant to say one-on-one commitment. In a past life, you were a professor, attorney, ship captain, world traveler, or comedian. And the way she spelt it, comedian, is kind of sweet. But if she spelled it, that's kind of... Give me a second, because I got to open up another window, because... See, the way she spelt it is a female comedian, which is kind of cool because she doesn't know. She doesn't know this is for a female. She doesn't know this reading is for a female. So that's kind of cool how she did that. She spelled the comedian the way you would spell it for a female comedian, not a male.
Comedian.
E-N-N-E at the end. That was interesting. So now I got to read mine because this is my first time I'm hearing this. They say if you have Gemini rising on your first house, your most significant past life was associated with Taurus. In your past life, you had an earthy nature and were consumed with sensual desires. You are now looking for a life that is mentally stimulating. And that is, I have to be mentally stimulated. Filled with interesting experiences that keep you engaged. Avoid losing your grounded nature and becoming vacillating and flaky. Definitely not my personality at all. You have the opportunity to be a great communicator. Yeah, that's all on my natal chart. Through reading, writing, and some intellectual pursuits. That's true. Your karma is to avoid being too rigid. I don't know. You may have been a painter, musician, gardener, a wealthy businessman. Now, pretty much a wealthy businessman because all you got to do is go to my 8th house. And that's what my problem is. So now they keep me broke. And they keep me more family-centered. Like, I can't get away from family. But in a past life, I already know my past life. I was kind of like, definitely very aggressive. And definitely like in the Capricornian energy in the 8th house. Alright. So now, still not done with yours just yet. Just got to give me time. So this person says, yeah, it doesn't mean it was your immediate past, but it is one that you are working out issues from now. So but she said now this one they really look at. She said they do look at Saturn in this one, and I think they also look at the good fortune or the part of fortune. This is deep. Cause see, that's where your chart took me. It's not me. It's not me saying, "Hey, I want to go past life." No, that's where your chart took me. As soon as I seen it, I said, "Here we go." And it doesn't mean we're not going to focus on present life as well, but it means you have to focus on your past life. So you got to do it the universe's way. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not bubblegum astrology. You don't just say, "Oh, well, I don't care about all that. Just tell me, where's my love? Where's my twin flame? Where's my soulmate? Oh, I want to be a singer." And all this selfishness. And then when the universe starts smacking you around, now you're mad. But you should be mad at yourself because the universe provides people like me and other professionals. They're going to tell you the truth, but you don't want it. You want the cheap stuff. When I say you, I'm talking about whoever does it. You want to do it the cheap, cheesy way, bubblegum astrology. And then when the bubble blows up and pops in your face, now you're mad. All right. So this is for Scorpio again. From a life of trying to balance every aspect of life for fear of being an extremist, you come in with a desire to experience life in its deepest. Excuse me, let me do it again. I'm sorry. This is for Sagittarius. The past life of Scorpio dominates with its deep thinking and feeling is giving way to a sense of expansiveness and largesse that could not be experienced before. The lesson learned in the past life transform into philosophy and sharing of knowledge and wisdom instead of keeping it for yourself alone. You might have been deprived of life's bounty in a past life, so now you want to see, hear, taste, feel, and touch everything, experience new horizons, and break out of any restrictions put on you by others. All right. So that was two different websites that kind of said basically the same thing. What I was trying to do was get a roundabout way, but they kind of seem to say the same thing. So we're gonna go with that. But we're not done. We're not done because they also said Saturn and they said good fortune or part of fortune. All right, just give me a moment. I just got an email. Put that in the right place. Oh, that palace I was talking about at 29 degrees, that's your soulmate or your twin soul. Now, your twin soul is your twin flame. It's the same soul, different body. Your soulmate can be anybody in your soul group, but it's usually somebody you've had some type of close relationship with. It could be sexual, but it doesn't have to be. And all these people you've known throughout your life. That's why if you just sit and think sometimes strange stuff and strange coincidences, that's why you feel deja vu, like you've done this before, or you've been here before, or you're somewhere where you ain't never been before in this life, but it just seems like you have. See, all this is past life stuff, and that's why I keep saying we can't do bubblegum astrology no more, because we're at the end. We're getting ready to go out of third dimension. So all this stuff is now becoming easy and relative. But some people want to just keep hanging on the third dimension, and they're actually hurting themselves. And that's why I keep saying, if you watch all these people out here, especially on YouTube, somebody drops a video with twin flame in the title, and that video will hit 17,000, 20,000, and it goes on and goes on. Now, what I'm trying to tell everybody is, if those people was really finding their twin flames, those videos wouldn't hit so high in numbers all the time, because the person would be with their twin. Or you would see more videos out here where people are saying, "Hey, thanks to this YouTuber channel, oh, I found my twin, or I'm with my twin." So that should tell you alone that so many people are like, it's like idolatry, like they're obsessed with it. But most people will tell you, anything you become obsessed with, you actually ruin it, even if you did get it. And that's why most people usually want something that they seem to can't get, or something that's unattainable, but something that they could readily get, they usually don't appreciate it. So everything has to be done, like I said, with balance. All right, so now your Saturn is in Aquarius, in the third house, ruled by Gemini. But if you notice, guess what? Her Saturn is right next to Juno. Now, Juno is somebody who you would be in a serious relationship with. So once again, it keeps showing you past life, past life. Like definitely, probably twin soul, past life. But then when you got Scorpio, you see Venus. So all this is past life stuff. It's definitely a past life karmic relationship. And the reason why you kept hearing the word philosophy, because that's what Sagittarius is known for. And notice how her Gemini is in the 7th house. So your chart is basically saying you have a past life now being brought into the present life connection to Pisces, Scorpio. And when I say, like, if I say Pisces, that's going to include Neptune, because Neptune rules Pisces. So any sign I say is going to include the planet that rules them. Pisces, Neptune, Scorpio, Pluto, Venus, Libra, Gemini, Mercury, Virgo, Sagittarius, Juno, Mars, Aries. Aquarius, Uranus. So now, to continue your past life now, well, they said good fortune as well. So now it looks like it's in your 9th house. So now, look, in her 9th house, another fire sign, good fortune with Leo. So it's going to be a very fiery type person, possibly some type of leader. And since we're dealing with her 3rd house and dealing with Aquarius and then dealing with Leo, this can be, she could have a connection with children, or she may be a little immature. And we may get more of that, especially with Scorpio, because Scorpio wants to be in control. Scorpio is about power struggle and stuff like that. And we're going to cover all this. It's just that the way her chart was put together, this is how it's taking us. Because like I said, it's going to be pros and cons to all of this. And Leo's ruler is the sun. So when you're talking about Leo, then you got to go to her 5th house. And then there's Aries again. With the moon. That's her moon sign. And the moon also can deal with past life. The sun is going to deal with external and ego, masculine. The moon is going to deal with internal, secrets, mysteries, the feminine, the emotions. And the moon actually works with Scorpio a lot, with past life stuff. So that's something a lot of people don't bring out. But a lot of times your moon is dealing with your past life as well too. So a lot of fire. And I'm pretty sure maybe in this life, but I'm just saying this just because I can feel it. Maybe in this life, and if it hasn't happened, it may happen in the future of this life, but also in your past life, you've dealt with fire or fires, because you got fire all around you. All these fire signs. So now we start to find her true north node that looks like the horseshoe, because that's really going to show you how most people do. Most people do past life by going by your true north node. But tonight we learned how to do it a different way. Because like I said, many people have lived many times. Okay, and you see her true north node is also right in this area. Like they really had her focused. And now you know why they got her focusing right on that side. Because that's the first thing I noticed. Because all this stuff is past life being brought into the present life. Y'all just got to give me a second because all these lines can be difficult to follow. So at 9 degrees Capricorn, in the second house, which is ruled by Taurus, that's a true north node. So that's what she should be doing in this life. The second house is ruled by Taurus. It's about money, possessions, and her value system. Capricorn is about career and reputation. So in this life, she would be somewhat centered on career and finance. You go right across, that's her past life. Now, in her past life at 21 degrees is a vertex cross. The vertex cross is when you're going to meet your soulmate or your twin soul. A significant event in your life, fate or destiny. A significant breakup or a significant coming together. And again, and that's in your 8th house. Now your 8th house is all about past lives, soul. But you're going to get a free report, and it tells you everything that's in the 8th house. And it's a lot. So you have to know anything from sex, freaky sex, being dead, coming back to life. Anything with Scorpio and Pluto is secrets, mystery, sex, power, death and regeneration, healing, sickness, psychic stuff. But it's also spooky stuff, underworld stuff, dealing with spirits. And because you have Cancer in your 8th house, you have to be careful. Because Cancers with the 8th house of Scorpio, the 8th house is ruled by Scorpio. Cancer with Scorpio is like the supernatural, but because of so much water signs, they're both water signs, you could actually have problems with spirits, or you could actually even be worse, even worse. So you just have to be careful with it. And like once you're aware of it, you know to be careful. Like somebody might do a reading or something, and don't nothing happen to them, but that's because they ain't Cancer in the 8th house of Cancer and Scorpio. But you might do the same thing, and then you have all kind of crazy stuff happen. So you got to be real careful when you're messing with the other side. And again, like I said, what people have to realize, nowadays there's so much information right online. Plus, I do research services. I could do it too. But there's information online. How to cleanse your house, how to get spirits out of your house. The thing with this is, the easiest way for me to explain it is, you have to learn how to tap into the positive side of spirit. And I keep trying to teach people, you have to believe. That's why wimps can't do it. Now, see, a real gangster would have been able to go through what that fake gangster went through, and they would have went through it. They wouldn't have ratted. They wouldn't have snitched. They wouldn't have told on the whole world because they're built for it. This is the same thing. Whereas the fake one, as soon as they apply a little bit of pressure, he's going to rat on everybody. He's turning everybody off. He's going to be telling them stuff they don't even want to know. They've been told him to shut up. We don't even want to know that. That's how this guy was. Just this fake rapper, fake gangster. He was a fake, but that's why on none of my channels you ever heard me talk about him. Because I know rap music, and I'm always talking about something about the culture or something. I never mentioned him because I could tell he was fake. And it's none of those guys, they should have knew better, but that's what I mean by fake. That's the difference between fake and real. Fake will get caught up on the bling bling and the blam blam and the money and all that silly stuff, and then you lose all of it because the universe is going to come and wipe them all out. And that's what you've been seeing lately. The universe has been wiping people out left and right. Some of the biggest names in the history have been wiped out. Biggest celebrities of the time have been wiped out. And it's funny, I'm saying, see, the universe did it again. Because I'm talking about number 21 in your 8th house, and they just arrested 21 Savage, the rapper, and I think they deported him, or they're going to deport him because his paperwork wasn't right. So now this is what you have to understand. We pretty much understand your natal chart, the foundation of it. So I'm still going to go through it, but you got a lot of numbers on your chart. See, each chart is different. Some natal charts is all about the numbers. Like my natal chart, as much as I tried to understand it, I couldn't understand my natal chart until recently when I was working with this female. that is a soulmate. Just all a soulmate means is somebody you probably got a past life with and stuff like that. And once she came, I could understand my chart. But at the same time, for whatever reason, it never grew into anything more. But I've learned a lot of times it's just messages. Like, see, my twin flame didn't come to be with me. My twin flame came as far as can kind of say it was a karmic debt that had to be paid. And through my twin, I dug deeper into metaphysics. So now I have a way much better understanding of metaphysics because of my twin. But me and her never got along. Not in this life. Strong emotions, but we never got along. So everybody that comes in your life is not. And that's why I said people don't understand. And they don't want to understand because they're selfish. So the first thing people do is if you work with somebody and you start feeling a certain way, first thing you do is jump in bed with them. But that's not always why that person's there. Sometimes it's just messages. Just because you feel strong energy doesn't mean jump in bed. And that's what people do. But that's why they stay third dimensional. And what's going to happen is this. And even RFG Chosen One tells you this part. When this universe starts to go out of third dimension into a higher dimension, those people won't make it because they don't care about their natal charts. They don't want to go through a process. Like I said, they don't want to take notes. They don't want to listen. First thing they say about me is, oh, I don't like his tone. There's nothing wrong with my tone. It's just that I'm not talking to a grown adult like a child. And most of these people want you to talk to them like a child. So that's the biggie. You're a grown adult. You shouldn't want nobody to talk to you like a child. So if you don't know how to sit down and listen to what's really going on, there's something wrong there. But see, you're in a matrix that has dumbed you down. And in all your movies, they tell you this. Like the movie Matrix, they told you. And all these, they're telling you. You're nothing to us. You're beneath us. We're the elite. They tell you, but people go and they still go on, buy the music, buy the whatever. And they're constantly laughing in your face. So when this matrix goes down, when God says, okay, that's enough, a third dimension, time to raise it higher, those people won't be making it because they stayed on their lower senses. It was like almost like animals. Like all a dog want to do is like eat for the most. Like if you see a dog, he just want to eat, sniffing all the time, looking for something. You want to eat, and they're like that. What about me? What about my job? What about me? What about my career? What about my twin flame? What about my soulmate? Oh, I want to be a singer. What about me? What about me? What about me? And they never say to the universe, what's my purpose? Why am I here? And they never look out like experts. They get some goofy person that's just going to say, oh, I see Venus in the 7th house. Oh, you've got love coming your way. And then they put on big shows and stuff. So these people, they need to see shows and slides and stuff like little children. But they're grown adults. But that stuff ain't going to make it in the 5th. In the 5th, you got to speak the universe. Like if you go to a foreign country to be successful, you got to either have an interpreter or some way to interpret. They're not going to know what you're talking about. So when you're dealing with this universe, dealing with spirit, you got to speak spirit. So now we kind of understand your natal chart. We showed you it's a past thing going on. That's why all that stuff is so close. All the planets, the asteroids are so close. And you can just look at it. Because I could already just look at it and say, uh-oh, this is something. So this person is highly psychic. You could tell whenever you be seeing like Cancer connected to Scorpio or the 8th house, and she got Pisces in the 4th house, which that's another water sign, Cancer. And then because water's like even with electricity, you could get shocked. Like if you got a lot of water and electricity around, you could get shocked or electrocuted. So it's the same thing with the psychic world. When you see a lot of water signs, you really connect to the spirit realm. And then in her 12th house, she got ruled by Pisces. She got Scorpio right there with Pluto. So very powerful. And I'm pretty sure this woman has lived many lives. Alright, just give me a moment, because like I said, bouncing all over with this chart. Yeah, like I just I'm making sure, because I'm reading this stuff over first. Because a lot of people got the 12th house twisted. They say a lot of negative stuff about the 12th house, and they ain't even like that. That's why Pluto's that this is all about transformation and stuff like that. So you just have to bear with me. All right. Because your prison life is heavy about the past life, or past lives, actually. But that's why I be trying to tell, like, these type of people, your best place is always probably going to be psychic stuff. Because you might, like other people ain't going to understand you. Like, wherever else you go, they're not going to understand you and stuff. Whereas when you stick to what your gift is, then everybody can see how great you are. Like, you take somebody like Michael Jackson. Like, if Michael Jackson just came up and he had like a regular job, I mean, just starting out, don't like it's gonna be hard for y'all to understand what I'm saying. Because as soon as I say Michael Jackson, right away you're gonna see Beat It, you're gonna see the music, you're gonna see Michael moonwalking, you're gonna see everything that had to do with Michael. But I'm saying, if you took all that away and just took this guy, just like Howard Stern. Like, Howard Stern would have been the weirdo. Oh, look at Goofy. Look at Howard getting cracked on. Even he told you in school he got his ass kicked all the time. But look what he did. Like, once he got in his realm, media, he became like, you can't take away, whether you like Howard Stern or hate him, you can't take away what that man did in media. So the same thing with Michael. Michael was just, with other people, they would have thought he was just like a weirdo. They would have been cracking on because he was real skinny and stuff. They wouldn't have took him too seriously. But once he got in his realm, could nobody touch him. So this says the 12th house, karma, and the womb experience. So in the 12th house, you begin to see things that are in the subconscious, things that are hidden. But you have to really listen up, because there's a lot of stuff in that 12th house. And they say the 12th house is just things you really don't tend to share with others. And you may share them with yourself, or people you really are intimate or trust, or things that you don't even notice in yourself. See, this is like past life and past life regression. The 12th house is the one just above the eastern horizon. This is where your rising sign, your ascendant is. So they're saying, think of this, think of the 12th house like this. Let's say you're packing a psychic suitcase. A psychic suitcase. Now, in that suitcase is the bottom of the suitcase that you put all your clothes and things on top of. But underneath that bottom is a secret compartment. That would be the 12th house. That secret compartment and anything in it would be your 12th house. So even if people opened up your suitcase and they looked at it and moved the clothes around, they wouldn't know that underneath that compartment, that's your 12th house. And in that 12th house is your past life, trauma, things you've been through in past lives, but believe it or not, in this life too. If you went through drama in this life, it's still going to be in that 12th house. That 12th house holds everything. And that's why really what the 12th house really is, that's why they say that it's the house of undoing, and they say all this bad stuff about the 12th house. But really, this is where you're supposed to go to get all that stuff out and reckon with. And that's why I try to tell people. And that's why when I come out the way I do, because I know how this is supposed to be done. Because I dealt with a whole lot of people that, as much as I talk, they just want to do it their way. Persistent on doing it their way. And what happens is the universe begins to expose them for who they are. Because what you want to do is say, what is in my 12th house? You want to be honest about it. Like, I've been through violence. I've been through it all. You got to deal with that. That's why the 12th house is really the house of reckoning. But the reason why it becomes so pessimistic, because nobody wants to deal with it. They want to sweep it all under the carpet and leave it. And then when you get in a relationship and fuck everything up, because it's all messed up because you're messed up inside. So the real person wants to look at the 12th house. Let's talk about it. So I'm not just going to talk about my 12th house with anybody. That's true. Well, then maybe you might have to get somebody that's qualified. Maybe however you want to do it. But it still needs to be talked about. Because you have to bring that stuff up and reckon with it so that it can heal. And that's why when you see, like, you got Pluto in your 12th house. No, you got Pluto, like, yeah, it's in your 12th house. Let me make sure. Because right now I'm looking at this website. Yeah, you got Pluto in your 12th. See, Pluto, or force it out. Because Pluto's all about transformation. And you better be glad that's not a Pluto retrograde. But this is how it's going to catch you. Like when a normal chart, the space chart, or the transit chart, if Pluto goes retrograde, it can affect your 12th house. And especially if Pluto is retrograde in the 12th house or in Scorpio, it can affect your 12th house. So that stuff will still come out. It's like if you just, it's like, let's just say you came from a bad family, but you hold it all in. But under those circumstances that I just said, it'll come out. It'll like if something happened with you and a member of your family, you'll just start yelling at that person and spazzing out on them. That's why I said people don't realize how powerful this stuff is. It's almost like sometimes you might go out drinking, but you don't realize it's been planned. The universe has set it up to happen. Like, let's just say y'all went out there, y'all was supposed to go out and go on this long trip or whatever. And it was supposed to be fun. And that's the only reason why everybody agreed to go. because you thought it was going to be the most funnest thing. Otherwise, you don't like some of these people, you wouldn't have went. So now all kind of shit just keep happening. So now everybody's in a bad mood. Then you get there. Let's say you get there and the shit gets rained out. Now you've been in this car this long ass time with people you don't even really want to talk to, don't even really like, people you still got grudges with. Long ass ride, and now it's a bit thing. And then because something happened, y'all wasn't able to eat. Like y'all was supposed to eat there, and y'all already paid for the food, so you ain't even got no money for food because you thought you was gonna go to this big event and eat inside, but then the event got canceled or some shit happened. So now you on this long ride home, everybody hungry, and then the ride's fucked up, all these traffic and all that, all kind of crazy stuff going on, and then y'all just start spazzing out, yelling at each other, and cursing each other out, and telling each other what you really think about each other. See, that was all planned. That wasn't no coincidence. That's the universe. That's why we're trying to tell everybody, you got to do this the right way, so that when this stuff starts to happen, it's family members I don't even get mad at that much no more. That's why people didn't know how I was when I first came out here. I was wilding out. Almost every video was me dissing a family member. Now I really don't do it. Every now and then I might do something, but I don't even do it no more because I know everybody has a place. And a lot of stuff that my family did was they was giving me messages from the universe. But I didn't realize it back then. I just thought somebody was nagging the hell out of me. So that's how you get your healing, believe it or not, because that stuff's got to come out. And that's what the 12th house is all about. So even they said the 12th house emphasis can mean spending a lot of time on a spiritual quest or perhaps talking to a therapist. Because you have to work out what's buried inside you. That means you should be taking your dreams, writing your dreams down. You have a journal. And it's not just a dream journal, y'all. You should have some type of journal with you everywhere you go. So when things happen, you might start daydreaming. Like I said, you might be working and fall asleep at your desk and something, you might see something. Write it down. And that's when it's good when you get card readings. Because I do the angel card readings. But even when you get card readings and bring this stuff out. But that's how you start the journey. That's what I'm trying to tell you. See, this is really supposed to be your life. It's not bubble. It's never was supposed to be bubblegum astrology. Anybody that's advocating bubblegum astrology is because they're making money off of you. They don't really care about. If they really cared about you, they'd be telling you the same stuff I do. But they just telling, oh no, you're gonna find love. Or I see somebody named Bob. Somebody named Bob's gonna come in your life. Or I see you meeting somebody named Bob at the mall. And then, oh, Bob at the mall. Oh, when I go to the mall, I'm supposed to meet somebody named Bob. And it might happen, but it's more than that. It's not just meeting the person and all that. It's your purpose and just everything. Like for an example. Now, it's always some shit going on in my life because I pursue a righteous course. And when you pursue a righteous course, you always get attacked by some negative shit. So no matter where you at, it's always some shit popping off. So the lady that lived next door, she has a boyfriend. So she went to live with him, so she wanted to make some money off this house, and she rented it out. But the people she rented it out to, they was just some straight up thugs. So they all came and they was wilding out. So they just did a lot of stupid stuff. Like I'm trying to tell you, like these people that just got in trouble, that rap I keep talking about. Sometimes you do stupid stuff. It ain't that nobody called the cops on you. Called the cops on yourself. Like when you be on the internet, talking about your crimes and stuff. You don't think it's police? They just sitting there writing everything down you say. You tell them what your territory is and what you did and all this stuff. You pull out $3,000 or some junk talking about, yeah, I just put it on his head. Okay, now you just confessed on the internet. And you put out a hit on another rapper's head. You think that stuff ain't getting written down? You think they're not using it? They're not taking that tape and using it for evidence against you? So that's how these people was. They were just stupid. So it was always cops busting them. Then they couldn't pay. Because this is what I'm trying to tell you, if anybody that's listening. They was trying to be hustlers. Okay? So if you're going to hustle, try to hustle in such a way that you don't get popped. Because then you ain't going to have no money. So that's what they did. So they was doing all kind of crazy stuff. There's all that just in front of people's houses, standing all in people's yards and stuff. So of course people going to call the cops on you. They did it to themselves. I'm talking about up and down the street. They was all up and down our street. They had took the street over. And the neighbors was getting mad. So now you ain't making no money from hustling because the cops be on y'all. So now when it came time to pay the rent on that house right next, right where I'm sitting, the house is right there. If I looked out the window, I could see the house. So now they can't make no money to pay the rent. So now the lady like, y'all gotta go, y'all gotta go. Now they don't want to leave. They're not leaving. So now you know how that go. They get the county sheriff and all that, and they get evicted. So to my knowledge, nobody was in the house. I mean, a lady had came back and got them out of there. She was coming back and forth. But usually I keep up on my readings, my astrologies, like horoscope, whatever. But I've been real busy, just other stuff going on. I haven't been able to do it recently. But one night I did it. And Terry Nassan said, you got new neighbors. And I said, man, I ain't got no new neighbors. I said, they just evicted them people out their house. Ain't nobody in that house. And sure enough, there is somebody in the house. I think either a lady came back, but there is at least one person in the house. And every now and then you hear like two of them. But that's not the first time. Like my readings have always been precise. My horoscope, whatever, have always been precise. So what I'm trying to tell you is, this is your journey when you're really on it. Just like one time they told me, you got two women coming in your life. Reject the first one and go with the second. And both of them had the same first name. Whenever you deal with soulmate and soul journeys, people be looking alike, strange shit. Like you might have a person, like let's just say, okay, it's 2019. So let's just say in 2013 you knew somebody and they had this dog named Rusty or Rusty. And that's 2013. Now all of a sudden in 2019 you meet somebody else or some other shit and he got a dog named Rusty or Ruffle or some shit and look just like that other dog and shit. Like, what the fuck? Like even right up the street, some old weird shit. Now, some people live right up the street. Now, see, my neighborhood is real weird. It's like a metaphysical neighborhood. But if you go up my street, it's not a dead end, but it turns. And you can go up that street, and then you can make a right into a dead end. You can go straight across, or you can make a left. But if you make a left, it's like a U-turn. But now, down that street, some shit had popped off. And for some reason, the universe put back in my mind about the bulldog that used to live in that house. But this was a long time ago when I was young. I said, oh yeah, a bulldog used to live there. But that's the house at the end of the street. Now, I was going down the street the other day and I seen something move in them trees or whatever. I said, what the heck is that? And then when I looked, it was a dog in a bull family. So this was like just last week. So this is how the universe works when you're in tune with the universe, because you always got guides, you got angels talking to you, you have people talking to you. But that's how you get healing. That's like me. Like, I'm happy with my life. Now, everybody got things they wish was better. But I don't be stressing. I don't be worrying about, oh, what about this and what about that? Even with my health concerns, I trust the universe. Because but I've been alive for a while, so I've seen divine healing. I've seen all kind of shit. So I don't be worrying about stuff that most people worry about. I've learned, like, and that's what, when you really work with the angels, you learn that. You learn to be content. Like, you learn to be thankful. Because at least you got a roof over your head. Even if you don't like where you at or wish things was better, but at least you got that, because a lot of people don't even have that. So this overall changes your personality. That's why I said we always think somebody else going to come in our life. Or if I just had somebody to love me. Or if I just had a man. Or if I just had a woman. But that person can change you. If you're not feeling good inside of yourself, that person can change you. That's why I said, when we don't work on that 12th house or the 8th house, we bring all that garbage into a relationship and then fuck that relationship up. And a lot of us ain't even mature enough to go, you know what? I'm kind of responsible for this. Because we always blaming somebody else. So even if our shit is fucked up, we too busy worrying about that person when we need to be looking at ourselves. That's why you have your natal chart. And that's why a lot of people don't like to fuck with it. Or they're going to go fuck with somebody that's not an expert. Because they want somebody to talk to them like they're talking to a child. When you're talking to a grown adult. But the faster you realize that, the faster you'll notice that when you get in a relationship, it don't be ending as fast as it used to. Because now you're starting to hold yourself accountable. You're starting to realize stuff you need to work on. And that's why I have some people that stay loyal to me despite what other people think is like a negative. But it ain't no negative. The truth can never be negative. The truth is going to make you better. What I say, the truth make you free. So when you're taking notes, when you're really starting to go on that journey they're talking about, you start to see it. You start to get better. And this is the funny thing that happens. Then the universe will bring somebody in your life that maybe if you just be a little bit more mature, the relationship won't go to hell. Then you'd be like, wow, went out one day, I was just sitting at a table, and this man came and said, boom, boom, boom. And he works this type of job, he has this type of salary, and he ain't acting like no knucklehead. Plus, when you do start to mature, you handle shit differently. Like you'll be more willing to talk shit out. Like whereas before the old you wouldn't pick up a phone or contact that person through an email or some type of way saying, hey, let's talk about it. But see, the more mature person will. And then you can get over humps. Because there's going to be humps no matter who you get with. But sometimes some of them humps can be worked out and just forgotten about once you get over them. But that's because you start growing. Because like I said, all this Scorpio energy and all this 8th house stuff and all these water signs and all this fire sign, I could tell like this is possibly a piece of work. So you got to be able to address all of that and bring balance. Because right now it's way too extreme. And that's why I said, but I already said I'm not going to rush. But let me just explain to you why I'm not rushing. Because I can already see the level on your chart. I got somebody else the same way. And I think her sun sign is Scorpio. And she has a lot of repression and stuff that she don't want to deal with. And she's coming better. She's becoming better. But when you see the level on a person's chart, it's really there. But if it's the reason why it's not manifesting, it's because maybe first off, you got to make sure you're where you need to be. That's the first and foremost. And then you still have to realize that life ain't perfect and stuff like that. It's like I said, it's stages. It's a journey. But you can get better, and then things do get better. The 12th house might mean artistic talents. Now we do have to. Now we're in your 12th house. You do have to be careful with Venus. But when you got Venus and Pluto, because usually Venus in the 12th house can be like somebody that fantasizes a lot about love, or they even engage in secret love affairs. But with Pluto conjunct Venus, that means it'll transform you. But at the same time, you don't want to get in the habit of being somebody's secret lover and stuff. Because usually when you're somebody's secret lover, that means they already got a lover that they cheating on, or you cheating, and that's not cool. But on your chart, when you got Venus conjunct Pluto like you do, that could, see, Pluto's all about sex, but so is Venus can be all about sex too, especially if she's conjunct Pluto or in the 12th house. But it can transform you, because that's what they call sexual transformation, sexual healing, sexual magic. So the 12th house can show unconscious behavior. And then they're saying your planets in a past life may give you some secrets about your past life. But he's not showing you how though. He's not really telling you how. He did. For some reason he just jumped to the sun. He said if your sun was in the 12th house, you were a leader in a past life, very visible, great deal. But he should do that for everything. If he's going to do the sun, or I don't know if this is a man or woman, but if they want to do the sun, they should do it for all. That's not really helping us because the sun ain't in the 12th house. Now he went to the moon, but the moon ain't in the 12th house. I hope he does it for, oh, he is. It looks like he's going to Mercury. This will be sweet. All right, give me a second. It's funny. You know what? This natal chart, like I've never gone, I just want you to know, I've never gone this deep into a person's past life before on no natal chart. Not this deep. We started off and went right in. So that's really, you got a lot of stuff in your past life that you're dealing with now. But my advice to you is you should, if you're not already in this field of a psychic, you need to really get into that, because it's gonna help heal you and heal other people. Because I think you gonna have a problem being understood anywhere else. And I think it's the same thing with Michael Jackson, because Michael was talking about monkeys and Elephant Man and all. Ain't nobody want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? And let's keep it real. If it wasn't Michael Jackson, we wouldn't have gave a fuck about all that shit Michael was into. With Thriller and all that shit, we wouldn't have gave a fuck. If somebody you knew, before you knew, before Michael Jackson came up to you talking about some monkey or some rat named Ben or some bullshit, you'd be like, nigga, get the fuck out of my face with your crazy ass. But since it was Michael, he's like, Michael, Ben, how two of us quick. All right, I'm going to put this on pause. I'll be back. Also, this person will probably be highly creative as well. And that's why sometimes you see like movies like Star Wars or Alfred Hitchcock movies, Twilight Zone and stuff like that. Those are the people that have these type of natal charts too. And that's why, like I said, when Michael Jackson did Thriller, he got Vincent Price. And those are the type of movies that Vincent Price was doing in the old days, was like thriller movies, horror movies and stuff like that. Because everything, like I said, once you get the natal chart, like a lot of people talk about Kabbalah and all this other stuff, but really, it's all on your natal chart. That's like your Bible from God is your natal chart. That's why I said I just can't fathom how many people won't get the natal chart for whatever reason. It's just silly. That'd be the main thing you have. That's why I said like people that are real smart, you know how to make a lot of money and stuff like that. They deal with astrology and stuff like that too, because you'd be a fool not to have your natal chart. All right, so the person does seem to be telling us more about planets in the 12th house, so we'll see. Okay, so your Venus is in the 12th house. So let's see. If your Venus is in the 12th house, you may have been a great beauty or great poet in a previous life. Your focus was on pleasure, and this could have meant the ecstasy of art, the excitement of sexual escapades, or the passion of a great romance. But what I'm telling you is, even if that's true for a past life, that's still going to kind of happen now, but you have to be careful. And I be trying to tell people anyway, why would you want to be somebody's second anyway? Because that Venus in the 12th house is definitely somebody that's either fantasizing about other people's men or women, or they're actually doing it. So you want to be real careful with that. They said you may have been a Juliet in a past life, or you may have had a happy love life with your lover in a past life if Venus is in your 12th house. But you feel like you left the situation before all the pleasure was fulfilled. So now you carry that with you. Like now in this life, you wish you could go back and really fully get all the pleasure that you didn't get in the past life. In the womb, because your 12th house represents being inside the womb. In the womb, you were very aware of the love of a past life or the lack of love, whatever you had from the past life, and you brought that right into your new life. And some of y'all might, like, some people can remember when they were younger, and you can kind of remember. You know what I'm saying? Like some people really remember when they were younger. Because I know when I got here, like I knew I came here for a reason. You know what I'm saying? And like my family was real dysfunctional, so I knew. I said, oh wait a minute. I said these cannot be. They cannot be my real family. Like I knew my real family. Like I still feel my family's love. Like where I'm really from. Like because it's higher than third dimensional. Because I call this planet like a pit hole, and I call this like some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Where I come from, it's abundant love. Like we would never strike our kids. And like the shit when I be reading the news out here, y'all be killing your own kids and just crazy shit on this planet. We would never do no shit like that. Like we got pedigree and shit like that, thoroughbred. Like I be using words like that. I use like I use like placemats and coasters and shit. You know what I'm saying? We got class and shit. Like what? What the fuck? But like I said, but I understand it. And you could like what I'm telling y'all can learn all this on YouTube. Like they say angels came to planet Earth to help planet Earth and stuff like that. So they say in this lifetime, if Venus is in your 12th house, you want love more than anything. But you can't always admit this to yourself. They say you can be compulsive about anything connected to pleasure. But you're gonna be compulsive because you got Scorpio right there and you got Pluto. You can be compulsive about anything to pleasure, beauty, and romance. So now when you be seeing all them females and they really go out their way, like they be having on all that jewelry and they got out their faces all made up, eyelashes all made up and shit. Now you know why. Because like we always knew it was a reason. Like why do you have to go so external to make yourself feel like whatever? Now you kind of finding out why. They say this person might die in unmercifully or they might go into plastic surgery. And we see that a lot. And they say this type of person may go from one lover to the next. So they say this person has got to work through their insecurities. And they say once they can overcome their insecurities and they can really be, if they want to, they could be in a relationship with one person and really have a deep, loving relationship. But they say until that person works on those insecurities, they're going to be doing that kind of stuff. And what I'm telling you primarily is going to be secret lovers, being somebody else's girl and stuff. Like I noticed that a lot. Like I notice a lot of women that really get off on that. And I've never understood that. Like some of the stuff with women, I kind of say, I don't understand it, but I do. But that shit, I would never be second to nobody. Like I'm not that type of nigga. But some women get off on that, like either taking your man from you, or just doing your man. Like this bitch don't even know her man be with me. Like, but that sounds trifling. Like, why would you even be down with that? Cause he's still gonna go home to her regardless. I would never be nobody's second, sloppy seconds and shit. But some women get off on that, and then other women just get off on taking somebody's man. But now on this, you're starting to find out some of the reasons why. All right, we're going to read Jupiter in the 12th, even though she don't got Jupiter in the 12th. But Jupiter in the 12th house is one of the best placements you can have on your natal chart. So if Jupiter is in your 12th house, then you were a social force of some kind in the past life. You might have been very rich or you might have had noble blood. You were established in some way, a pillar in the community. You made yourself pretty comfortable while in the womb, and your mother probably gets a lot of good medical care. This could have meant doctors or it could have meant aunts with herbal remedies, but there was a sense of abundance and you tapped into this. During this lifetime, it's important for you to be part of the community. Jupiter is the planet of expansion, and so you may have a tendency to overdo everything. For instance, starting an enormous number of projects or spending more money than you have. You're always hungry for more, especially more social attention, and you need to find a welcoming, warm community with which to share your enthusiasm. So you have Pluto in your 12th house. If Pluto is in your 12th house, you dealt with some heavy power issues in a past life. Pluto is about the collective unconscious. And so you may have found yourself dealing with the shadowy elements of society, criminals, prejudiced people, crazed mobs, war hysteria, or any kind of mass psychosis. Maybe that's why I was talking about mobsters so much. In the womb, you were aware that your family was marked by some deep inner divisions, perhaps issues of good versus evil or life versus death. And you do see your family, which is a Cancer. I think that's in like in your 8th house. And then your 12th house is ruled by Pisces. Well, Pisces is in your 4th house. So you know a lot of this stuff is going to be going on within the family too. Like a lot of times when you see like families that are connected to either like anything. I'm just using this one. Like thug mentality but anything like when you just see the family like Ma Barker and her family, or like family that are really deep into stuff like that. During this lifetime, you know yourself to be a survivor, but you are still conscious of deep inner urges which don't seem to fit. Your psyche sometimes seems to be a Pandora's box, full of every random need or desire known to humankind. You may be afraid of your own power, but it's important to realize that you possess more than the power to harm. You also have the power to do good in the world. Man, it's some bullshit. Excuse me, I just lost something. Alright, give me a moment. Alright. Now, this woman is real good when it deals with the 8th house or the 12th house. So she says Pluto in the 12th house. You hide your powerful feelings. You like to hide who you really are. You like to work behind the scenes. You like to influence things secretly. So you usually have a powerful position and give orders to others behind the scene. You have a very secretive nature and are always hiding from others. You have intense and passionate emotions that you try to hide, and this can lead to secret love affairs. Now, this is the same woman that says, now she's talking about Pluto in the 12th house, but this is the same woman that says if you got Venus in the 12th house, it's going to lead to secret love affairs, or secret fantasies about it, or secret love affairs. You can become obsessed with your romantic feelings and find it hard to concentrate. So like I said, this is like I said, I always talk about the movie Fatal Attraction, and that's what she was. She became obsessed and she is with it. Like in the beginning, she knew what it was. She knew he was married. He was banging it out. But then she became obsessed with it, and then it couldn't be a secret no more. So she's gonna make it become a reality. And that's what I was just talking about. Amy Fisher back in the day, young 17-year-old girl having sex with a grown-ass man, Danny Bonafuco, back in the early 1990s. And first it was a secret obsession and everything, but then she wanted more. And then when she realized he kept saying, "Oh, I'll be with you," but blah blah blah. And she felt like, I know what I gotta do. I gotta get rid of his wife, and then he'll be with me. So she's young and dumb, stupid. She actually goes to his house, broad daylight, knocks on the door, and when his wife comes to the door, she opens fire and shoots the lady in the face, trying to kill her. So of course they found her. The police found her, and then the rest is history. So this person with Pluto in the 12th house can become addicted to their own emotions, and they can develop unhealthy relationships with others that are difficult to end. Now, why is it difficult to end? Because again, you're dealing with compulsions and stuff like this, and you have to call it what it is. That's why I said we live in a world where you can't call it what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like we say dysfunctional and stuff. We don't ever want to say the word crazy. Because bottom line, like I said, like I'm a different made, I'm a different bred. Like if you know a dude is with another woman, and you know that, but you're going to get with him anyway and be sleeping with him and stuff, that's kind of crazy. Unless there's unless you already know that's all it's ever going to be. Or unless you know I'm just a side chick. Or unless you're making money off the situation. But other than that, that's just like really stupid. That's like asinine. Because most likely he's not going to leave that broad that he's with. Most likely. Every now and then he does, but most likely he don't. So there's issues with self-esteem. It's all kind of issues that are there. And that's why I said when you do your natal chart correctly, you can realize this and address it. And get whatever help you need or whatever is going to help that you can get onto your life. And when I say you, I'm talking to everybody. I'm not talking to one person. That this person can get on with their life so that if they do decide to be with somebody, it's going to be with somebody that is going to really benefit them. But otherwise, that secret love affair and all that shit, it ain't too much good coming out of that. And a lot of times it do go bad. Because you always got to remember when you cheating on somebody, that person could be crazy. Let's just say you're not crazy. Say you just work with a dude and y'all just started getting close and you fell in or whatever, and now you and him having sex, banging it out and all, but he's still going home to this other female. But you might not be crazy. You might just be silly in love. All right? But his girl might be crazy. You understand? So now you in church somewhere and some bro come up and shoot the place up, kill the pastor, trying to kill your ass or some crazy shit we be reading about it in the newspaper. Like I said, I keep it 100. Like my job is to make people think, because I keep trying to tell y'all, this is why they don't want to take no notes. This is why they don't want to really learn this shit. Even though I make it easy for them to learn it, but they don't want to learn it. They just want to feel. They just want to feel. Where's my twin flame? Where's my soulmate? I want to be a singer. They just feel. And these are the type of people be sleeping around. And then they get mad because a dude like me be saying, don't y'all want to think so that y'all don't make the mistakes? Because let me just tell y'all one more time. I bet that young man, if he could go back, I bet you he would think. I think they would tone that, telling everybody, the whole world, what they do on YouTube. Or yeah, on YouTube. Telling the whole world what they do. I think if they could go back, they would rethink. Because see, once you get caught and somebody hit you with 47 years, it's too late to think. Because now you're gonna have a lot of time to think in between bars. But now you got hundreds of dudes around you, and they may think you cute. You understand? And the same thing happened in female prisons. You might have tons of females around you to think you cute. So now you don't have that freedom that you used to have when you could have thought, but you chose not to think. Now you want to think, but it's too late because now you're behind bars. And they tell you when to get up. They tell you when to sit down. They tell you when rec is out, when you can go outside. Some of those prisons only let you outside for 1 hour a day. For 23 hours, you're in a cell. Some of those prisons, you got to knock on the door and ask to go to the bathroom or ask to take a shower. And if they don't want to, if the CEO, the correction officer, don't feel like opening up the door, then you stuck. But that's all the result of not thinking. Most of that. Most of those cases are people that didn't think. Some of them might be a little bit different. So when you really take this to heart and you start to develop your self-esteem, you won't allow yourself in a situation where you're going to be somebody's second. And I couldn't fathom it. If I was a female, the last thing I would want is some dude thinking, haha, I'm banging her out, but I'm going home and going to get some more from my girl. Like, what the fuck? What am I? You know what I'm saying? My fucking pride alone Oh, no, no, no. You got me confused. So she says it. If you got Pluto in the 12th house, you're born with psychic abilities and deep understandings about life. You are naturally spiritual and seek time alone to meditate. And you're gonna be finding that out on your chart a lot, because your 12th house is about time alone a lot, and plus a lot of your numerology is time alone. Well, we'll get into it. So you naturally are spiritual and seek time alone to meditate, write, and think about spiritual issues. But the 12th house is also the house of sacrifice. So you have to be careful that you don't sacrifice yourself or burn yourself out. So even if you're helping other people or helping other causes, never help those people out so much that you burn yourself out. And again, the best way you can help people is to teach them how to help themselves. They say some of the people with this placement on their natal chart, they try to be celibate because they have high sexual desires. And again, let me just explain, like a lot of times when you deal with the matrix, you deal with religion, and religion can be deceptive. And that's why you have all these religions where people say, I'm gonna be a nun, I'm gonna be a priest, but because they believe in something that you can't do, they end up molesting little children, or the nun be having sex with the priest and all this crazy stuff. Now they're doing everything that they be telling other people you're gonna burn in hell. Why would you do something if you telling other people you're gonna burn in hell for that type of behavior, but then you're doing it? But that's what happens when you got secrets and covering stuff up. So you have to understand the truth. This is why I'm trying to tell people about the truth. You don't have to go extreme. All you have to do is pull yourself back in harmony with your natal chart. Pull yourself back in harmony with the universe. If you do that, that is your religion. That is your spirit. And then you won't be caught up on no crazy stuff by somebody just telling you what to believe. Oh, believe this. Oh, believe that. Oh, believe that. So you believe in all this stuff that you really don't believe, and then you find yourself caught up in some stuff, because I'm telling you, if you don't keep control of your mind, which is why I keep telling you to think and take notes and stuff, if you don't get control over your mind, some other source is going to get control, whether it's your church, your pastor, or your religious belief, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your mom, your dad. Somebody else is going to have control over your mind, and as long as that happens, that's when you're going to make these kind of mistakes. And remember, the 12th house is also about incarceration, which is why I keep talking about. Now, keep in mind, I started off this, before I read anything off her chart, I was already talking about prison and jail and the authorities and fake rappers and fake gangsters and stuff. There's a reason for everything. That's why I said when you let the universe do its job, it does its job very well. So this person likes to push the limit and enjoys feeling the adrenaline flow. And I already could see that with all that fire signs and Aries and Mars. So they say to some degree they love it in risk taking. And just so I said, from a feminine viewpoint, a lot of times this might be the type of person that can tell you off and like to get up in your face and all kind of crazy stuff. Because that's how my sisters are. My moms could be like that too, especially in her early days. And in her early days, my mom's was not somebody you fuck with. But they say you need to be careful about getting involved in drugs or alcohol. And you see that a lot with Neptune and Neptune retrograde and Scorpio and Pluto. You can become addicted easily to substances and find it hard to give them up. And that's all because of that obsession of Scorpio, Pluto, or even Neptune, and possibly even Pisces. And even, to me, any water sign, really. You bottle up your emotions and keep secrets from others, which can lead to escapism. So you find you feel a powerful need to escape from the world through imagination or alcohol or drugs. When you're angry, you feel anger intensely, and I could already tell that with all that Mars and Aries and stuff going on, all them fire signs. So they say sometimes you might become so mad that then you try to repress it. And any form of repression is usually not good. You have to learn how to talk about your emotions and work through it. And anybody can do it if you want to. See, I'm going to say it again. See, people get mad at me. But the truth of the matter is I've done it. I know for a fact when you really want to do something, you can. But usually people don't want to. I remember a long time ago, I was studying with this dude. He's younger than me. But I was studying him. It's like a Bible study. And he wasn't paying attention to nothing. Nothing I said. He wasn't paying attention. So I said, okay, I can tell you're not learning, so we're going to have to do the lesson over again. And as soon as I said that, verbatim, he answered every question almost flawlessly. So he was paying attention, but just not to the point that I was going to notice it. Because that was his way of telling me, like, I don't really want to do this. This is boring, and I really could be doing something else with my time, and blah, blah, blah. And a lot of times when somebody's trying to help you, you just don't appreciate it. So that's how he was. So once I took the situation off of me and put it back on him, okay, since you're not learning, we're gonna start from page 1 again. Then all of a sudden, so people are just like that. It's not hard. It's just that they choose not to. And they almost trick themselves into believing, but it's not hard. Because anything you want to do, you'll do. If you like to smoke weed, I'm sure you know how to roll. Probably. And if you don't know how to roll, I'm sure you know how to get to a person who do. If you like to smoke weed. So anything you want to do, you do. But this stuff, you don't see the point. Because you just want it to happen immediately. Where's my love? Sometimes you got to be ready for your love when your love comes. Otherwise, it's going to be a big mess. Because you're not ready. So you have to learn how to express your powerful emotions in a healthy way. And they say if you don't do this, you're going to become sick. Say, well, what type of sickness? Well, then you got to find out what part of the body does, say, Scorpio rule or Pluto. That's how you know where your sickness is going to come. What part of the body does Venus rule or Libra or Taurus? Because Venus rules Libra and Taurus. So they tell you to, try to be a spiritual person. Get a connection in spirit. And they say your relationship with your earthly father may have been strained, or whatever father figure may have been strained. Your father may have had an addiction to alcohol, or may have died at a young age. You must learn how to heal and love yourself. And this may cause you immense pain and suffering, depending on what your relationship with your father was. So this is when she starts preaching. She says, you will learn how to heal when you turn your face toward God, who is your true father. And she said, now this is destiny. I was talking to you about destiny. You are destined to seek a spiritual connection with the universe, and this will help you heal your inner wounds. And I already said that when we first got started. I'm going to tell you all again, none of this is hard. And what you don't already know, you already tapped into the universe. You're already tapped into the universe. You just have to open your mind back up to it. And all that stuff is already inside of you. When people talk about your DNA and all that, it's already there. You just have to want, like I said, you have to not want to be nobody's side chick. Like you're in a matrix that dumbs you down. They went out of their way to dumb you down. Like your body is sacred. Like your body really is connected to the universe. Like that's why they be talking about like a woman's uterus, her pussy, her everything, her womb. Everything is beautiful. Like y'all don't even know about the cats, the cat people that used to rule Egypt. When you hear about the Sphinx is talking about the cat people that used to rule Egypt. That's why they be talking about your pussy. It's sacred. But they got you thinking like it ain't nothing. Flash it, wear something real tight so everybody can see it. Like they got you playing yourself out and you don't even realize it. Like you're like, I'm a goddess. I don't be showing myself to just anybody. I'm a goddess. They don't got you thinking like that no more. They done played you out. Even like the excessive makeup and stuff. You should study the history of where that came from. And they know what they're doing because they know the end of everything is if you're out. And this is what RFG Chosen One teaches you. If you're out of harmony with the universe, because the universe is the mother, that's the real womb. When you look up out in space, that's the real womb, because that gives birth to everything. But when it gives time for that rebirth, like this is John chapter 3, because the Bible is a very highly metaphysical book. John chapter 3 is about born again. It's talking about at the time of the end, when it's time to give rebirth. If your vibrations ain't high on spirit, you're not gonna be a part of that rebirth. And I try to teach people it's either life or death. All right. So let's look at one other thing. Just give me a moment. I'm looking at something. All right, now this is Dr. Stanley. Way back in the day, her name is Standley. Way back in the day, I started off with Dr. Stanley. I started off with a black psychic who predicted the fall of R. Kelly. Now, this was about 12 years ago. And that didn't happen. She predicted it, but it happened a little bit, but never like it did now. But that wasn't Dr. Stanley that predicted. It was a black psychic. I just don't remember her name. But I used to listen to her and Dr. Stanley, and also Terry Nassan. I've been listening to Terry Nassan for years, and Terry Nassan was the one who told me about my soulmate on my natal chart, and the universe told me that right when that female came. Because like I said, my natal chart was pretty much a mystery to me until that woman came that works at the job where I work now. That female kind of opened up my natal chart. All right, here you go. This is very important. Venus conjunct Pluto. So she's saying where Venus is all about love and diplomacy and art and beauty and fun. Pluto is about power, Platonianism, and it can completely destroy only to rebuild. Venus is harmony and seeks balance. Pluto rules transformation through destruction, only to end up in reconstruction. Pluto leaves one thing to cause something else to rise out of the ashes. Pluto levels one thing. What it's saying is Pluto burns one thing to the ground only so that something else can rise up out of the ashes. That's what it's saying. They compare Pluto and Scorpio, because Pluto rules Scorpio, to the phoenix rising above the ashes. So Pluto destroys in order to reconstruct, and that's where the transformation takes place. So if you got Venus conjunct Pluto, and that's what you have in your 12th house, it's karmic. It's going to be a karmic romance. But I'm telling you, your whole side of that chart is you and your twin flame. And we're going to talk about it, because she might say, she may know who he is, but she may not, because some people say, I don't even know, what are you talking about? What twin flame? So we gotta talk about that. Now Dr. Stanley, she has a phone number, which I never saw her with a phone number before. I like that. I'm almost tempted to call it. And I think Dr. Stanley is connected to Native Americans as well. She said, treat yourself special. Haha. I'm so tempted to call that number. See if it's an answer machine, if she really pick up. All right. So the relationship is going to be karmic. And remember, the 12th house is the house of karma. So this person is going to be consumed by love and passion with intensity and drama. And you see that all on her chart with all them fire signs and everything. So they expect their partner to feel the same way about them as they do about their partner. And that often results in disappointment. Well, what have I been talking about? Especially if you think you're going to be some side chick. Let me just spell it out for you ladies. If you somebody's side chick, just say sucker. Say sucker, okay? Because you probably sucking too. You sucker. Because he's banging you out, then he going home to his girl and he chilling. I would never get no man. Like, fuck that. Like, you making him feel like, oh, he think he the shit. You know what I'm saying? He got you on the side that he banging out when he know he ain't leaving his girl for you. And even if he do, if he cheat on her, he gonna cheat on you too. Like, I would never. That's like y'all females do a lot of shit that I just cannot fathom why y'all do that. And another thing I don't like, when I meet a female, right? Okay, it's cool you had a boyfriend or something, right? But this is what be taking me off. Now I meet you, I'm trying to be real. Well, not no more because I don't learn. But back in the day, I meet y'all, and I'm trying to be real with you. Like, I'm trying to be real with you and have a real relationship with you. And you talking about some dude that ain't with you no more, and he done left you for some other female, and he living with her, and they having a family, and you still talking about him. He not even with you no more. And you talking about him to some dude who really like you and want to be with you, but instead of you talking about y'all, you talking about this nigga. And he with somebody. They got kids. His kids, her kids, they all together. He ain't thinking about you. And the only time he come around when he just going to get a booty call off you. And you sitting there talking about him like he's somebody special. So all that does is make a dude that was interested in you less interested in you. You understand? It don't even make no sense. Like I'm saying, if you feel that way, I understand. But you don't talk about it to the dude who you with. Because ain't nobody going to understand that. Just like if you was with me and I'm talking about this other female. And you trying to understand, but then she with a man. Now you looking at me like I'm a sucker. Why are you interested in her when you know she got a man? Y'all not together no more. She got children with that man. Why you talk? You would look at me like I'm crazy. You wouldn't even want to. You would probably be like, date is over. Take me home. Or fuck it, I don't even want to go home with you. I'll get a taxi. So if you wouldn't want to do that to you, why would you do that to a dude? So these are the crazy things that go on planet Earth in third dimensional. But what I've learned is, that's why I said you gotta love yourself. And like I used to be one of these dudes that I gave anybody a chance. And this is what I'm talking about. We still talking about the 12th house. See, in the 12th house, just because you're supposed to help other people, that don't mean you gotta take all that shit and make it yours. Like all you had to do is help a person. Maybe this is how you do something. You could show them, and hopefully they learn. But you can't do everything for that person because you're going to burn yourself out. So again, you got all this passionate love because you got Venus conjunct Pluto. And I said that earlier. I said you're probably going to learn a lot, the transformation of Pluto, but it's going to be through failed relationships. You heard me say that earlier in the tape. But what I'm trying to teach you now, once you start to notice stuff, you can start making changes. To say, oh no, I'm not going to do that no more. And like I be telling females, like a lot of times, a female, as soon as she see a dude, she want to know where you work at. Now, that's okay. I understand why you want that. But the bottom line is, you need to find out more. Because what if I do? Let's just say I got a good ass job. You say, oh good. Oh, dude, this dude. Oh good, he got a good ass job. He make good money. Good. All right, but you worrying about that, but you ain't worrying about whether I'm with somebody and shit like that. So you should find shit out like that some type of way. That, instead of like where you work at, that could be in your top 3. But you need to find out if the nigga live with somebody. Do he got a girlfriend? That's what you do first. Y'all ain't asking that question. I don't think no female ever asked me that question. Because y'all don't care. Some of y'all might, but most of y'all don't give a fuck whether you some side chick. Because you don't attract that money one though. Where you work at? I go, yo, I just met this. How the hell is she going to ask me where I work at? And none of your business where I work. I don't know you. Where I work at. They're the two ones I be asked. I've been asked where I work at and who I stay with. You ain't with your mom, is you?
That's the you ain't with your mama. You ain't home, are you? I get that one, but I never got like who you with you in a relationship. You got a girlfriend? Cause like they don't care. There'll be a side chick in a heartbeat, and most of them, like a lot of them, want to be side chicks because they don't want to be tied down to nobody. But the point that they're making in this 12th house is in order for you to develop as a person, you got to stay away from the secret love affairs. Or secret, whatever you want to call them, secret rendezvous. And I would tell anybody that. Don't ever lower yourself to that. Because all you're doing is making that dude feel so much higher than everything. And you're devaluing yourself. And especially when he's got a girlfriend or something. So they say this person will go real high because Venus, like Pisces, yeah, because Pisces, both of them, Pisces and Venus, they go in a fantasy world, depending on where they are on your chart. But like Pisces will put their lover on a pedestal too, But so will Venus, depending on where she's at. And Venus is in the 12th house, which is Pisces. So you going, and then it's Pluto. So you going to like put this person on high. And then all of a sudden, some reality is going to hit, and you're going to realize that person don't got the same energy and feeling towards you as you have towards them or whatever. And then you're going to go come into reality, but then you're going to go down, and that's Pluto destroying you. And then like you rebuild, but what is the rebuilding going to be? And that could be on a whole lot of factors. Because some people just fall down and then go to somebody else and do the same thing. They don't realize that it's a people situation. Not just a person situation. It's a people. Like no matter who you go to, especially because of the way your chart is made, it's to rise you up with intensity of thinking something's going to be great, and then it hits you hard and bring you down. You say, well, why would the universe do that? Well, remember, you're dealing with past lives and shit. So maybe in a past life you had a problem with it then. And now in this life, the only way they can break you out of that is to see you fall. Cause like me, I just keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't care about all that. Like now, early in life, like recently, the universe brought Myra back from Steve Urkel. Now back then in the 1980s, that's exactly what I wanted. And the episode they brought back of Myra was when she had on the wedding gown. And I used to remember that. I used to just sit there and say, oh, yo, because like I said, I'm not from this planet. That's what y'all got. I know that for a fact, and I prove it. Like if you've ever watched me, how I understand outer space and all that shit, they should tell you. But I always had that love in me. I always had that romance. So I remember one time this is like when I was in my 20s, and I was sitting around all these men in this congregation I was a member of at the time. And they was trying to tell me that they thought I was just joking or something. Or they thought I was just making something up. But I was talking about marriage and all that. And they're like, man, you just joking. Don't no man think about marriage like that. They're like, don't no man think about marriage the way you think about it. And they was like, you gotta be joking. I was like, nah, I'm not joking and shit. Then when they finally realized I was serious, they're like, they couldn't grasp that somebody that young would be that concerned about marriage. But the funny thing is, I got dudes in my township, but I'm still saying this is all soul stuff. Because there's another dude in my township, and he got married real young. His best friend was dating this female, but he was in love with her at first sight. So he kind of took her from his friend, but they stayed together. So they started dating around age 16, and I think around 18 or so they got married. So I'm not the only dude to like do shit young. But I keep telling you, all this stuff is soul. People, your neighbors, or people around you that you work with, these are people you've had life experiences with in past lives. So what I learned on this planet is, like in the early days, I was really down with that whole shit. But this planet is just too selfish. So it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter who you meet. Like, this third dimensional frequency vibration, it's just a selfish ass frequency. So if you're not ready to deal with the breakups and all the bullshit that people put themselves through on this planet, like, it's not something I would rush into. But what I did do, and if y'all were listening when I read my rising sign, it told me that in this one I'm more into gaining knowledge. I love knowledge. I love learning and shit, and I just love learning so I could teach it to other people. That's my passion. Nothing on this planet excites me more than that. So what happens is, when you know what's on your natal chart, see, you already know. So right away, if you want to do something about it, you can begin to. Therefore, you never be nobody's side chick. Because I would get that shit straight quick. Like, fuck it, I don't care where this nigga work at. Are you in a relationship with somebody? And he better not be lying. Because if the motherfucker lying, that's it. Like, if he say no, and then I find out he lying, fuck you never talk to me again. And see, females, y'all got a little bit better, especially now, because they put motherfuckers in jail for stuff. Like, any ill will to a female, you already gonna have, like, the hate of the universe on you. It's a new era we live in. So, if you tell a dude you're not interested, and you feel weak, like you can't do it by yourself, well, then that's what you got the horn for. Because if you tell somebody to stop contacting you, and they keep contacting you anyway, because a lot of dudes, they just know all they got to do is manipulate your feelings. These dudes is good. They womanizers. They're masters of what they do. But if somebody's harassing you, that's why you got the horn, to get that shit straight. So then once he sees that, he knows you ain't joking. Or it'll make him get his ass together. See, a man is like a little boy. Like when a woman really put her foot down, he stopped acting like a little kid. Because all that shit, all that player shit, that's a little ass kid. He trying to get the candy out the jar. And he figure, you play with him, so he figure, even though you act like you mad, but you still play the game anyway. And everybody that's listening to me know I'm not lying. Because if you really put your foot down, he would stop being acting like a little kid. You would force him to grow up. If he really wanted to get with you, like more serious than just sex, and you put your foot down, then that means he got to mature. He got to get his game up. He got to mature. But if you playing games with him, playing hard to get or whatever you doing, he just know to keep playing. And he know he going to get in there. And then you going to play the game of, oh, you know, he came over here and he had sex with me. Yeah, but you let him in. The fuck you talking about? This is games that y'all playing third dimensional. But then when you do that, don't be mad. That's why I be telling the female, don't be mad. Stop lying to yourself. See, that's deception. That's the 12th house too. Neptune and Pisces is deception. It's a game you keep playing. But then when time go by and you still single, or you still somebody's side chick, you can only be mad at yourself.
All right, so we got a lot of examples in it. This is very powerful. And it's already like almost 2.5 hours on this video. So you especially want to learn your 12th house, which I talked a lot about it, but there is more to the 12th house. But you could read that on your free report in the 8th house, because you're especially an 8th house, a 12th house person based on your natal chart, and you got a lot of past life stuff that you still dealing with in this life.
So the only way you ever gonna get past it is to really deal with it, and that's why I'm talking the way I am, and that's why I'm teaching it the way I am. Because like I said, it's all about learning the truth about yourself, and then you got to set goals. Because you definitely got the power. And you have the power to observe. And that's a lot of times that's what you have to do. You have to find out what type of life do you want, or what are you trying to get away from, and things like that. And to set goals for yourself. Because as you set goals for yourself, like I hate to tell you this, but it's a female that's about to get out of jail now. Now, when she was young, she is a very beautiful young girl. She's like around 16 or something like that. But she was into the street life. And it wasn't really her fault. But unfortunately, she like shot a man in cold blood. Like she killed him for some strange reason that don't nobody really understand. But what she's trying to say is the way he was looking at me made me feel uncomfortable, and I got him before he got me. Now the reason why she felt that way, because she had been a victim of rapes and stuff from her relatives and other people, because she is extremely beautiful. So the court was like, well, that ain't no reason to shoot nobody down in cold blood. It wasn't no defense or nothing. You just shot the man because you thought he was going to do something. And plus she shot him like when he was asleep or something. It was just some weird shit she did. So they wanted to lock her ass up and throw the key away. And many, many times people tried to get her out of jail. And they was like, nah. And then once Weinberg went to jail, and they started putting all these people in jail for molesting females and girls and stuff, then Rihanna said, yo, let her out of jail. Like, she been in there long enough. So Rihanna was the first one to speak up. And so they did it again. They took her to court again. And they still said, no, she ain't getting out. So then all these people started standing up saying, no, let her out. So all these people started saying, let her out and shit. So they really gonna let her out. And I remember, like, I seen her years ago, like on YouTube. I said, who that girl? And I looked and I said the story and shit. But she's real smart, though. She a Southern girl. She's real smart, though. But she said when she got to prison, like, they kept raping her, like the mother female, because she was so fine. So the mother female started raping her and shit. So what she did, she cut all her hair, and then she grew real fat. And she said, my beauty has always got me in trouble. She said, so I don't, now remember, she said this when she was in prison. She said, my beauty has always got me in trouble, so I don't want to be beautiful no more. So she cut all her hair and she grew all fat. So I'm not saying that's what you do, because of course that's not what you do. But what I am trying to tell you is the more you learn the truth about where you are, third dimensional, who you really are by your natal chart, you will start to act differently. Because like I said, anybody that got any self-esteem within themselves is never going to be nobody's third wheel. You never going to be no side chick or no stupid shit like that. That's just silly. And what you do is start to build yourself up. However you do it, externally, internally. But that's how you do it. And then when somebody come around, like I said, I'd be telling females a lot of times, when you deal with dudes, if you're dealing with a real dude, you should never feel like you say, oh, I'm just asking this question because I need to know, or I don't feel comfortable. And if that's a real dude, he'll be like, oh, no problem. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. But if it's a dude that's kind of pushy and he don't care what you just said, why you fucking with him anyway? He don't care about you. All he trying to do is fuck you, and then that's going to be it. And most of these dudes, once they get it for a while, they're going to try to get their boys down on it. Depending on who you talking to. And like a lot of people they just sell themselves short. I guess they just don't believe, or they feel like a bird in the hand is better than one in the bush. But you got to be able to stand up for yourself. Like I said, my younger sister, she's been married for almost 15 years because I taught her. I had two sisters. One never would listen, and she's dead. She's been dead for a long time. The other one would listen. And she's been married for like 15 years. Got a beautiful family and everything. Married to the same man. My mom, she almost like a little old lady now. She been alive a long time because I've been responsible for her. Because that's on my natal chart. True North Node, Cancer. That's Imum Coeli. That's your mother. And why? Because when you go right across my North Node to the South Node, I was banging it out. Capricorn in the 8th house with the moon. Because as I said, I was highly successful. I put that ahead of everybody in the past life. And remember, Capricorn is Saturn rules Capricorn. That's karma. So now part of my karmic assignment or karmic debt in this life is family. So you got to know your natal chart. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. And the more you know it and bring yourself in harmony, the more your life is going, because you're not going to play yourself out. And even like I had to change my whole thinking. Like I wish y'all could have, some of y'all might have heard me, I don't know. I wish y'all could have heard me when I first got the angel cards, when I first started to be awakened. Because I was like a street dude. I was cursing the angels out. I was cursing out the metaphysical world. I was just mad. But now I see the wisdom in it. And when you get to that point, you wouldn't even fan of some dude talking to you stupid. And once he realized he can't talk to you stupid, I bet you he stopped talking to you stupid. But if you just like any other female, he just figured. Because every female gonna say I'm a good girl. That don't mean shit. Like I grew up on, like I'm just keeping it 100. I grew up in that whole thing. I seen the whole shit. It's like the one talking about she the good girl. Sometimes she be worse than a freak. So the dude already know that. So it's only by when you really do change and you get to that point. Because what I'm saying is it's just not cool being nobody's side chick. And they already showed you. We already just proved it to you. Because you're going to be the one always falling. That Pluto, Venus is always going to bring you down. It's going to build you up and make you believe this is going to be different. He going to leave her for me and all that stupid shit. And in the reality, he ain't going nowhere. And like I said, you have to understand our world. Like she was still with Joey Bonafuco. Now, Joey's mistress, a young-ass girl, underage girl, pedophile. He a pedophile. She done blew her face off. She done took a gun to her face and tried to blow it off. And she was still with Joey after that. How the hell you still gonna be with this man when his mistress has knocked on your door in your house and blew your fucking face off? So it took her a long time before she left Joey, because he was still cheating on other women after that. Then she finally left. So this shit go on all the time. And why? Again, I can't fan. I would never be nobody's side. Nigga, go ahead. You can have it. I don't give a fuck. Even if I love the broad, you gotta go. So you gotta have some type of self-esteem within yourself, but you only do that, I just said it, through your natal chart. You gotta write goals. You gotta have goals. You gotta change your mind. Because I had to change my whole thinking. Now, if I see myself thinking a certain type of way, I start either thinking on like anything of spirit or pray, whatever I got to do to get my mind off of how I used to think. Because that's why people allow themselves to be third wheels and all that secret love and all that stuff. Because they have low self-esteem. Or their desire to be loved is greater than logic. Because that's not love. Like they said in the movie, love would have brought you home. See, somebody could make a mistake, but where's the love where they say, baby, we need to talk or whatever? But in third dimensional, you seldom see that. You see a couple of guys admit it when they mess up. But everybody gonna lie. That's what we do in third dimension. Everybody lie about everything. All right. So now what I'm going to try to do, because we done got the essence, I believe we got the essence of this natal chart. I'm going to try to just go through it, all around it, the 12 houses, explain everything. Still should be taking notes. But then she got a lot of numerology. So what I'm probably going to do is do one video of 3 hours, because we already had 2.5 hours. And then we'll do another video. So this will be a 2-parter. All right, we going in the 12th house first. All right, 12th house. Going to be highly explosive. With Scorpio, might be a lot of power struggles. Could be a lot of sex, but unfortunately, majority of that sex is going to be secret sex. And again, the advice was, if your secret sex entails being somebody's side chick or third wheel, you might want to work on your self-esteem to overcome that. Now, your soulmate is that Pallas, that asteroid at 29 degrees. So it's going to be a karmic relationship. Now, just give me a moment, because I'm gonna try to do something. I'm gonna say Palace conjunct Pluto. And it was funny because I had typed it, either I typed it or somebody did, because it was already in the search engine as soon as I put it. All right, so we're gonna try to do this. They say Astrology Club. I'm kind of shocked. This is Astrology Club talking about Palace conjunct. They're saying Palace is intellect and action, cause and effect, and karma. Because yours is in the 12th house, so you know it's karmic. But it's all because Palace can also show you a connection between you and your soulmate. So they say if your Palace is where she's supposed to be your protector, dealing with truth, logic, freedom, and peace. But they say sometimes Palace can be compromised. So if Palace is compromised, then you're going to be dealing with deception, violence, tyranny, fear, and war. So what your Palace is telling you is really going to depend on how strong you are, and or how far your twin soul, twin flame, or soulmate is. But they say Palace also works with your conscience. So Palace just tries to help you understand. So if your Palace situation is working right, you'll have somebody telling you, don't destabilize yourself with this extreme love, extreme secrecy, and then extreme letdown or betrayal, and extreme hurt, and extreme depression, or extreme isolation. If your Palace situation is working correctly, that's what it's going to teach you. But if your Palace situation has been compromised, like I said, all these people, all they do is think about the flesh and what they want. They don't ever want to balance out the mind and the emotion, just like I said earlier. Then you're going to have what you see out here on YouTube. Every time somebody drop a twin flame video, you have 17,000 to 50,000 or more views. So we got that many people out here chasing this the idea of twin flames, but not actually doing what twin flames really is, which is what I teach. Because if they was doing what twin flame really was, they wouldn't run to every video that comes out that says twin flame. Just like you might like cherry pie, but if everybody on YouTube said cherry pie, you ain't gonna run to every video on cherry pie, because after a while you ain't gonna like it no more. So that's how you know you're dealing with people that are either misled or obsessed, or they're just out there. And that's why they equate. Y'all realize that they equate idolatry with greed. I don't know if y'all know that, but like in the Bible, they say idolater. They associate that word with greed, like you're obsessed, and anything too much of anything is not good for you. So Palace does deal with violence too. In fact, when you see Palace on your natal chart, especially if it's retrograde, it's actually dealing with social issues and violence towards children or women, or violence toward minorities. Your palace is conjunct Jupiter. Your palace is conjunct Pluto, but Venus is right there. So they say if you have Pallas Venus conjunction, this is a person who knows how to use their Venus energy, like to get ahead, like through jobs or to attract somebody or something like that. And they said Pallas conjunct Venus is Jennifer Lawrence, and she is an expert. You got to give her a lot of credit because Jennifer Lawrence is an expert at that. And they say Lindsay Lohan, and she used to be an expert at that. And they say some other people, Keira Knightley, Barbara Stanwyck, and anybody. Like, I'm an old school dude, so that's a Barbara Stanwyck. Even Miley Cyrus. Those people are all Pallas conjunct Venus. And Lonnie Anderson is Pallas square Venus and Moon. And they said the Moon is the ruler of Venus. I don't know which astrology they're using, but the Moon now is the ruler of Cancer. But the Moon used to be the ruler of Pisces. So a lot of people didn't know how powerful Pallas is, but now you're seeing. Okay, this is Pallas and Pluto. So when you're dealing with Pallas conjunct Pluto, you could be dealing with manipulation, deep psychological energies, sex, violence, politics, banking. These people are very good at deceiving and pseudo-terfuge. And see, like I said, you got to understand what deception is. That's why I said, see, I understand metaphysics. And people get mad when I use certain words. But see, a woman with Pallas conjunct Pluto, she can get a man to, like, do whatever. And I told you, a lot of this stuff is what y'all might call magic. And that's why I say a lot of times, y'all right away, y'all say, oh, that man's a dog. That man's a dog. But I'm trying to tell you, I think, because I know when I first saw Amy Fisher, I didn't know how old she was. But when I first saw her, I said, who? Because she was in handcuffs and shit. And, you know, this is the early 90s. So I'm like, whoa, you know. I'm like, wow, who is that chick in handcuffs? And she had the two officers walking her, and she had on shorts and shit. I said, man, who the hell is that and shit? And that's Amy Fisher. Who the hell is Amy Fisher? And then that's when I found out about it. But I like she's in cuffs and shit walking out like, who the hell is that? So she had that power. So you can't see, I'm a realist. I'm not going to sit here and lie. Now, was Joey Bonifuco wrong? Yeah, he was a sleazebag. But maybe she had something that he wasn't also ready for. So you got to understand that too. But he was still wrong. I'm not trying to justify Joey in any way, shape, or form. He was 100% wrong. But I think that girl hit her with that little magic she had. And let me get her natal chart. I'll prove it. She might be Pallas conjunct Pluto. Or whatever she had, she flipped him out to the point he had an affair with her. So they're saying somebody with Pallas conjunct Pluto can really make you, even if you were initially not interested, they got what it takes to make you interested. And that these people can present a public persona that's totally different than their actual nature. Now, I just got finished telling you about the good girl, but she'd be way more freaky than a freak. And what be funny about these so-called good girls is that they don't even have the experience of a freak. Like maybe in a past life they do though, because if you notice, that's what we talking about, past lives. But it'd be a lot of good girls that you think, oh, she wouldn't know how to do that, and she know how to do that way better than the freak do. So they say this aspect is common among politicians, high-level bankers, career military, and violent criminals. So they say this person will use force if necessary, or they have some type of connection to force or violence.
So they said this person would be more likely to use force than approve of it. And when you look at all those Marses on her chart and Aries and stuff like that, because my older sister could fight her ass off. My older sister used to beat dudes up easy. And keep in mind, I go way back. So to see a female outbox a man and beat him, and she beat it. He was supposed to be the best fighter in the neighborhood. She fought this dude. Not only did she beat him, but he started crying because he couldn't hit her. And she was tagging him up. And then he picked up like a vacuum cleaner and tried to hit her with the hose and shit. And he still couldn't hit her. And then one time my sister was in a car with somebody on the Ave. They was going up the Ave and she saw this old man that owed her some money. And she said, stop the car. She jumped out the car and ran up on the dude and punched him and knocked him out. He was knocked out on the Ave and shit. And like I would be places, right? Because I like a little nerd. I would be places and they would try to bully me. And they would say, leave him alone. That's so-and-so's brother. They would say, oh, oh, I'm sorry. They would start wiping my clothes off and apologize. Don't tell her and shit. So these people that had Pallas conjunct Pluto is Sigmund Freud, Hugh Hefner, Dennis Miller, Jack Kemp, Karl Marx, Vladimir Lenin, Harry Truman, Michael Moore, Warren Buffett, George Soros, King Tung Sung, like King Young's father, whoever that dude is, Nancy Pelosi, and she's the one that stood up to Trump, Harry Reid, Peter the Great, Richard Allen Davis, T.S. Eliot, Dalai Lama, I think that's the 14th. So violence is usually associated with these people. And on this chart, I could see it. Now, whether it's happened or not, it's still on the chart. So even if it didn't happen, it could still happen. So now that you're aware of it, whether it happened or not, you could do something about it. That's like that J.D. Walker movie. When J.D. Walker was sleeping with somebody's woman, and so the dude came in, and she was like, you got to get out of here. My man's here. You got to go out the window. J.D. Walker said, I ain't running nowhere. And so that man came in, and he saw J.D., and J.D. just looked at him and was laughing. J.D. Walker was like, yeah, I fucked your bitch. So that man... So that man pulled out that switchblade. Y'all can check this shit out on YouTube. The man pulled out his switchblade, and he thought he was gonna no, I got it wrong. So the man started walking up to I think it's J.D. Walker. He was walking up to him to fight him, and J.D. pulled out the switchblade. J.D. pulled out a switchblade, and that man threw a blow. J.D. just went under the blow and just cut him. And every time that man tried to hit J.D. would just stab him up. And then finally that man was just like they just holding himself, trying to hold everything from bleeding because he cut him like 3 or 4 times. And that man, he stopped trying to fight. And then once he stopped trying to fight, that's when JD put the knife back away and shit. And said something to him and then just walked out the house. So that's Pluto conjunct Pallas, according to what they said. The secret lover who's created a psychopath. And I try to tell y'all when all this first started. See, what y'all gotta understand, like even when if say you went to a church, you might be in the church, right? Let's just say Saturday night you was out partying, and now you go to church on Sunday. Now the pastor come on the podium, and he starts giving a talk or a sermon. So he starts talking about people who was out partying Saturday. Now all of a sudden they want to come in here and act like they holy. You wasn't holy and he starts saying the dance you was doing, or he might even mention the drink you had. So now you think somebody ratted you out and you get mad. Now anybody that ever been in churches and stuff, they'll know that I'm not lying. You be like, how he know? And you get offended because you think he knows something. You think somebody told him something about you. But that spirit revealed that to him. So when I started this off, everything I said, because some people right away, somebody say, well, why is he talking about this? Why is he talking about that? Now they talking about the same stuff. They start talking Frank Sinatra, and I ain't talking about violence and all that stuff. All that shit is gangster shit. Now, whether this person is gangster, associated gangster, no gangsters, I don't know that.
but I know how I was led to speak. And the reason why she's getting this information, because if it's true, that's the universe telling her, you got to do something about it. Whatever it is, no matter how small or great it is, the universe is saying now it's time for you to raise your vibrations. Because we got to get out that third dimensional stuff. Because all this stuff you're talking about is really animalistic. Sleeping with somebody else's man, ready to fuck somebody up. You know, all that stuff is really, it's low. It's lower when you're supposed to be raising. And now that's why even when you become a Christian, that's the first thing they do. Oh, you got to repent. In other words, you can't do that no more. So you're supposed to be running. See, nobody really realizes how metaphysical book the Bible is. The Bible is one of the most metaphysical books on the planet. Christianity is a metaphysical religion when you do it correctly. But when you just go blind faith and blind religion, you stay stupid. But when you really read that book and say, this is an astrological book. Something about the sun and all that. The star that found Jesus, all that. All this is astrology. So then you start waking up. And that's why I said I'm smarter than that. I don't separate nothing. It's all one. It's people in the matrix that separate because they divide and conquer. So that's why they got you all these different denominations, all these different names, and all these different beliefs. People in the same denomination don't believe the same stuff and all that. But that's the devil's way of dividing everybody. So once you understand how this game is being played and manipulated, you come back and you begin to bring stuff back to one. And that's what I do. And of course, you deal with the truth. Because the moment you go into deception, you deceive yourself. You may think you lying and you deceiving other people. You deceiving yourself. Because you don't want to have to stay in some fake-ass reality that don't exist in order for you to feel like you exist. So you already deleted yourself. So I don't play that. Yeah, that's me. I did it. The fuck? I did it. Let me get my JD on. I'm JD Walker. Like, I'm not running nowhere. I'm right here. But then I don't go to that stupid stuff. And I got to worry about my stories changing. I ain't got to worry about none of that stupid shit. And that's power in that. And you stay, as long as you stay true, you stay tapped into the universe. Because what does the sun do? As soon as it come out, anything that was dark and hidden, that sun is opening it right up. All right. So we almost had 3 hours on my audio. But I might take this particular audio to 3 hours and 30 minutes. And then we still going to do another one because we got to do the numerology. And you definitely got to take notes on that one. All right, so that's your 12th house. They talked about everything. And again, make sure you use your free report to learn your 8th house and your 12th house, because that's the type of person, you're an 8th house, 12th house person for the most part. And a lot of your stuff is a lot of old, but that's how powerful you was in a past life or past lives, that it done came over to your present life. Now, your first house. Now, we just did your 12th house with Pluto conjunct Mars and Scorpio. And that's ruled by Pisces. Pisces rules the 12th house, and Pisces is ruled by planet Neptune. Now, your first house is ruled by Aries, which is ruled by Mars. And as you see, Mars is in your first house. So you got a lot of Mars, Aries energy, and that is the aggressive, a real good vision. But that's like Aries is really good eyesight, because they're very, very focused people. Mars. But now this is a problem. Like your ascendant is your rising sign. Now Sagittarius is about higher self, class. This could be a teacher. It has to do with foreign language, because this could even be a foreign speaking person. Or they may be affiliated like with anybody close to them might be a foreign speaking person. Could be family, anybody close to them. And because Mercury is retrograde, you may have trouble being understood. If you are a foreigner, foreign speaking, or you might have an accent that some people have trouble understanding. Because that's what Mercury retrograde means. People will have a hard time understanding you. Sagittarius is in-laws, so you might have a connection to your in-laws or whatever that might be. And again, when we talk astrology, just so you know, because you're always going to have people to try to say, oh, that ain't never happened. That ain't never happened. You don't know what you're talking about. But an in-law is either, if you was married, the in-law would, of course, be his family. But you might be dating somebody that's a family. Or you might have some people you hang out with. You might have a friend, like a girlfriend, but you're always over their house, or you know her people. They're kind of like your in-laws. Because all an in-law is like an extension of your family. But that's in the 9th house. It's also higher courts and higher laws. Now, why is this important? See that rapper I keep talking about? All them boys got caught by the feds, not state. See, if the state catch you, you might do 3 or 4 years, but they might give you like an early parole, or if you got like a 4 years, and then you only got to do 1 year. You only got to do forget what they 90% or something. I forget what they say. But like if you get a 4, like back in the day, if you got a state, say the state gave you 4 years, you only got to do a year. If they gave you 3 years, you only got to do 9 months. So whatever percentage that is, I don't know I don't know how you percent it, but that's the state. But see, yours is Sagittarius. Yours is Sagittarius. Now, that's higher courts. That's higher courts. That's the feds. Could be international court, all kind of stuff. That's higher courts and higher laws, higher courts. So if you go on the Fed, they be done said if they say 15 years, you're gonna do 14 years and 6 or 7 months. It ain't gonna be no early parole or nothing like that. And it's in-laws. Religion, philosophy, foreign travel. And again, it's philosophy. It could be like good fortune because Jupiter rules Sagittarius. So it could be good fortune, money, or expansion. So when people see your personality, that's kind of what they see. That's the external you. But the internal you is that 12th house. And like I said, that's how when you be seeing people that be like recently, and you on Yahoo News, they had this female police officer. Now she was an ideal police officer, but her other side, she was a freak, a straight up freak. Like every sense of the word, that woman was a freak. So you kind of see that on the chart. Not saying it's true in real life or not true, because I don't know the person personally to say that, but I can say what I see on the chart. And again, when you act wisely, it's nothing wrong with that. You know, because people have a right, you're a grown adult, you have a right to whatever. But the point is, if there is something wrong with it, then what the universe is saying, now's the time to make that change. Especially we just coming out of a new moon. And that's also your sun sign. So your rising sign is your sun sign. And again, she's going to have a fiery personality. So she's like, her first house is saying she's an all or nothing person. And like I said, if you're looking for somebody that really like to put in that work, that deep passion and sexual stuff, or even that freaky R. Kelly type shit, that's that 12th house. But the only thing I would worry about is, what is it going to be? Because if it's just going to be like secret shit, then, you know what I'm saying? And that's what R. Kelly used to sing about, keep it on the down low and shit. So what is it going to be? Now, Mars is going to bring an intensity there. And again, if this was military, that's even like possibly somebody who has fought in like foreign land because of Sagittarius and Mars. And again, it could be some type of affiliation, but you definitely got Mars, which can be some form of violence or some form of weaponry. And we've already learned that that's a strong possibility with the 12th house as well. And then remember, your palace at 29 degrees, that's a karmic situation, a karmic debt or a karmic assignment. And usually that palace is usually a soulmate. So you have to be careful, because like I said, even when you see 50 in Ja Rule, see, that's a past life beef. And that's why 50 won't let it go. Because when it come to Ja, he don't give it up. Anybody else, he kind of walked away from beef he had with niggas he had years ago. But Ja, he won't let that dude breathe at all. If Ja is about to throw a concert, 50 gonna buy 200 seats and leave him empty. Like, he's not gonna give. So this is some stuff that happened in the past life, that's coming over here. And again, don't wait on your soulmate to help you. Once you understand this information, the best thing you could do is start working on it. Because you may know who your soulmate is, you may not know. And when I say soulmate, because see, your twin flame is your soulmate as well. Your soulmate, your twin flame can be your twin soul. It's the same thing. But your twin flame can also be your soulmate. But your soulmate can't be. Your soulmate cannot be your twin flame. Your soulmate could be anybody in your soul tribe. But usually your soulmate is somebody you have some type of close connection to. Usually. But really your soulmate can be anybody in your soul family, your soul tribe. Just like if you was on a ship, anybody on that ship is your shipmate. That's your shipmate. Y'all all on the same ship. But it's certain people y'all much closer to. Alright, so now Curious is a nurturer. That asteroid that looks like a hook, a pirate's arm, a pirate's hand. That's Curious the nurturer. Now, EP is the east point, and as you see, that's at 28 degrees, so that's almost in the karmic, because 29 would be that karmic degree. And EP, I told you, is like the heart of the sun. And 28 degrees could imply later in your life, like the later years of your life. But the number 28 can be in the extremities, extreme. So you just have to be real careful, but we already seen it's definitely going to be extreme. So that's definitely something you're going to have to work on with extremities. All right. Then when you go to your next house, that's your money house ruled by Taurus. And Capricorn is career. So Capricorn really rules your 10th house. So to understand your second house, you could jump over to your 10th house. And I'm not going to do that just yet. But you do see Jupiter there, which is going to be money. But Jupiter rules Sagittarius. Because I personally don't think this person would have too much of a problem with finances. Because of the Sagittarius to Jupiter, Capricorn in the second house. So in this life, you would be more career-minded, more grounded. And now in your second house, Capricorn is going to want to be just focused on career. But Uranus is going to challenge that. And what Neptune conjunct Uranus does is Capricorn represents the wall. But Uranus opposes Saturn. Saturn likes to standardize everything. And Saturn rules Capricorn. Saturn will be like your boss at the job. But Uranus is going to challenge that. Because Uranus don't want to be told what to do all the time. Uranus wants to go out and have fun and do what it wants to. And then Neptune is going to kind of play to that as well. But Neptune is at 15 degrees, which is basically is the devil card. And the devil card is Capricorn energy. But in your second house of finances, sometimes you're not going to want to be so career-minded. Sometimes you're going to want to be more Uranus. Spur of the moment. Have a little fun or something. And that carries over to your third house, because your third house is
Aquarius, and Uranus rules Aquarius. So in your third house, this is a person that wants to be, creative, be with the children, be with the people, be with the brotherhood, maybe do some creative stuff, some music, maybe go on some short trips. She don't want to be all told what to do. But even though that's true, you still have Saturn there, who's still going to be somewhat of a bully, telling you what to do. And then you have Lilith retrograde at 0 degrees. And usually when you see Lilith retrograde, it's been some form of bullying or abuse in either this life or a past life. And so in your third house, you're going to kind of have to deal with that. And you can already tell because your third house is ruled by Gemini. And right away, Gemini is in your 7th house of relationships. So in this life or in a past life, you've had some type of bully issues going on. And that kind of can make you be repressive. Because when you see Lilith retrograde, that means she's repressed for a reason. But you have to be careful of Scorpio or a Lilith retrograde because they're very vindictive. They're going to get you back. And they're very strategic and they're very, very intelligent. And they know how to get you back. So whenever somebody's messing with any type of Scorpio, be careful. And Lilith retrograde as well. Because they will get you back no matter what it takes. And then they're not just going to get you, they're probably not just going to get you back one time. And then if you're noticing your Juno is 9 degrees, your true north node is 9 degrees, and we're going to go over all those numbers. But we're going to do that on a separate video, I think. I think we're going to do it that way. So now your Juno is also in your third house. So you have a lot of activity in your third house. You have a lot of Aquarius or 11. Yep, because even when you look in your 11th house, you see Libra, which rules your 7th house. So all that Gemini and Aquarius, see, that's usually an immature energy. So that's why I said when you're dealing with all these emotional, watery signs, that's what you're going to get. People flying off the handle, people jumping in bed, or maybe you should have waited, and just all kind of just like a hot mess. To be honest, it's a hot mess. But the point I'm trying to make is the universe is giving the opportunity to be aware of it and maybe bring some stability to it. And that's why you can't get too mad when you see Saturn. See, Saturn and Pluto teach lessons. And that's why I say you could be dealing with the law and stuff like that. And like I said, I started off talking about that rapper. Because that's who got him. See, he got hit by the feds. That's the higher. That would be like Sagittarius. That's Sagittarian incarceration. That's 9th house incarceration. And that's what Saturn does and Pluto. Because they teach lessons. You did this, so now this is going to happen to you. But the good thing is, he really won't be able to ever return to that lifestyle. Because everywhere he goes, nobody's going to respect him for what he did. So, but that's a good thing, because now he can get away from that lifestyle. And plus, he's got to be careful, because there might be some people that want him dead. So all those things will help him think more seriously about what he does. And don't get me wrong, because a lot of people go through witness protection and all that, change their identity, and they keep on trying to hustle. I know a dude like that I came up with, and he still tries to hustle here and there. Now, not to the extremes that he did before he got caught, but he still tries to do a little bit here, a little bit there. And he was another dude that ratted. All right. So your Juno is... I'm just making sure yours ain't retrograde. Okay, your Juno is direct. It's not retrograde. That's good. Because the Juno retrograde means some infidelity. So once again, you may find yourself in a serious relationship with somebody who's a Gemini or Aquarius. Now that could be two different people, but it could be anybody. It could be their moon sign might be Gemini, sun sign Aquarius. It could be anything. You would need the natal chart to figure that out. But either way, with Saturn there, it was some type of restriction that led to whatever led. Maybe that made Lilith retrograde. And they also said wherever Saturn was, that's where your past life of karma is too. So that's the type of Gemini or Aquarius or Libra energy. Your fourth house is family, is Pisces there. So this could be some type of inspirational or spiritual family. But the fourth house is teenage to adult education, land or property, or real estate, ancestors or family, the heart or health, vehicles or travel. That's everything in the fourth house. And since there's nothing there, it's just Pisces, which means like a spiritual house or sacrifices or something like that. That's what Pisces or the 12th house. So you will follow Pisces rules the 12th house. You will go to your 12th house and then you will see Scorpio. And then when you go to your 8th house ruled by Scorpio, there is Cancer. And Cancer rules the 4th house. So again, you can tell this is some type of soul-connected family. You probably had past life experiences with the same people in your family. And again, it could be power struggles and all kind of stuff that goes on with Scorpio and Cancer and the stuff I already warned about. Even supernatural stuff. Now when you get to your 5th house, which is Leo, which is supposed to be kids, there goes Aries. So once again, whenever we see all this, whenever we see like all this aggression, especially like the 5th house can be about children too. It's about having fun and dating and childbearing and traveling and creativity, music, sports. But you still got to be careful when you see that Aries, because you don't want to be wilding out on children. And whenever we see that, we have to warn about that, because a lot of people, that's a mistake they make. But either way, it's just your aggression is just there through the Pluto, the 12th house, Mars in the 1st house, and Aries rules the 1st house. Now Aries is in your 5th house. All these fire signs. So to me, that's like something you would have to deal with, because it's probably going to be repressed anger or repressed fiery signs, and you just have to be careful. And that's why I said sometimes when you see people to get extremely mad or extremely violent or whatever, sometimes that's what they're dealing with spirits. And that's why I said you got to be careful when you're dealing with Cancer and Scorpio. On my other channel, I have a video called Walk in the Spirit. And that video helps, people get with deliverance and stuff like that. Now your 6th house is about home and health and service. It could deal with homeland security. It's young children, young animals, co-workers, subordinates. But in your 6th house, you got Taurus, which is your 2nd house. And Taurus is about finances and your value system and possessions. But when you go back to your 2nd house, you see Capricorn there. So even that's implying that you may have some type of home business. And again, 7th house is Gemini. Now, Gemini is smart. Gemini likes to communicate. Again, Gemini is about the brotherhood, children, creativity, short travel. But again, Gemini don't like to be too serious. And really, neither does Aquarius. So that's why I said your relationships may suffer because they may not want to be longevity. And even if they seem to be long, they may not be faithful. Like if you see Gemini in your 10th house, which is your career, that's somebody that has either part-time jobs or they go from job to job, or they're always working one minute, not working the next. Because Gemini is not known for like long-termness or integrity. And we already said about your Virgo, we already explained your 8th house. Now your 9th house again is Leo, and this could be the house of traveling, and I already explained that. But even you see Chiron is retrograde. That K is Chiron. That circle with the X in it is part of fortune or good fortune. But you've been wounded here. So you've been wounded by either Sagittarius energy or Leo energy. But there's been a wounding there because Chiron is a wounded healer. And it's funny because both Chiron and Sagittarius are the centaur. The centaur. So you have the connection to the centaur. And that is the healer, but it's also could be the wounded healer. Now, when we get to your 10th house, now again, it's Virgo. So Virgo rules the 6th house, which is the home and health and service. So again, you may have a job in home health service. And that it could be a babysitter. It could be going and take care of people in their homes, any type of home. It could be any type of home maintenance, home cleaning. But you do get money there because you got Jupiter. And then you have Vesta. Now, Vesta works with Virgo. Vesta is actually like a priest for Virgo. So it could be spirituality. Because usually when you see Vesta with Virgo, it's usually always about the home. And it's always like, home spirituality. And it's funny because in your 4th house, which is your family, you see the spiritual sign of Pisces. But there is money as long as you're doing that for a career. Anything home related means money for you in your career. And remember, Jupiter rules Sagittarius. So Jupiter in your 10th house is ruling Sagittarius in your 1st house. And probably also connected to Leo in your 9th house. Now your 11th house is friends, association, and groups. And there goes Libra there again. And Libra is always going to be relationships or business partners or contracts or open enemies or even graveyards. So now we went around the entire chart. So now your chart has a lot of numbers. So again, let's just do this. Your true north node is your 2nd house, being career minded and financially aware. And we know that it connects to your home, some type of home. So that's your true north node. That's your north node. So you got to go straight across to your south node. And that's where you see family at in the 8th house. So it's basically saying in the 8th house you were like family minded. You were more family minded. Or maybe having family issues and family concerns. So in this life they're saying be more career minded.
But the way I see, they got you bouncing all over the place.
All right, so your Venus at 10 degrees. Now you want to make sure you are aware of your numerology. So that's why I'm saying that if you're taking notes. So that's your Wheel of Fortune card, number 10. But you know what's good about that? It corresponds with Jupiter, which means you have Jupiter energy in your 12th house. Whenever you have Jupiter energy in your 12th house, that means you'll always have money, especially if you help others. And that's where your Jupiter is in Virgo. And Virgo actually rules the 6th house. And usually the 6th house is opposite the 12th house. And the 12th house is about service. But the 6th house is also about like home service or health service or serving others. So that your Pluto at 21 degrees, well, the number 21 card is the world card. And that's Saturn energy. So once again, you can see this is karmic. But it also 29 degrees is karmic. So this is a karmic connection, karmic assignment. Some people might say a karmic debt. Now, usually we're saying a karmic debt is to be able to not engage in secret sex, sleeping with other people's whatever, and also any aggression. Because these are probably traits from a past life that you're still carrying over in this life. But that's probably because that's how powerful you was. But now what they're saying is you got to learn how to mellow out. And so that you can address your karmic assignment or address your karmic debt. So then you have both your Mercury retrograde and your ascendant at 8 degrees. And 8 is also a karmic number. It also represents the 8th house. And remember, Mercury retrograde means it's going to be difficult for you to be understood. So you have to remember that. But that's what a Mercury retrograde does. Just give me a moment because I'm looking the number up. Remember, the number 8 deals with the 8th house of the zodiac against Scorpio energy. And it does deal with karma, but it could also deal with business. Really, it could deal with anything that's in the 8th house, really. Now, the number 8 card is a Justice card in the tarot. But the Justice card deals with Libra energy. So your ascendant which describes your personality, and your Mercury retrograde, which shows you're going to have trouble being you're going to have trouble being understood in this life, is dealing with justice, which is Libra energy. And if you look across from your first house, there's a seventh house, and the seventh house is ruled by Libra. So Libra can be law or fairness, and it can be relationship. But see, that's what I'm telling you. The scary thing is that's Sagittarius. So that again can apply like higher courts. And that's why I keep trying to say there may be a reason why the universe had me start off talking about that fake ass wannabe gangster that got busted and ratted everybody out. Because see, he got caught in a higher court. And he was looking at 40 to 47 years. But I think he would have ratted if they had said 4 years. I never liked that dude. I could just look. See, I'm an old school dude. I could look at that dude and say, what? What the hell is that? He talk a lot of trash, but that little dude ain't gonna back none of us. And you saw he got one fight. They got in a fight at the airport. So the real gangsters was pushing him away. The other dudes was saying, go inside, because they knew he was the money. He was the money. So they wasn't gonna let him fight because he was the money. He was the golden goose. So he came out and tried to fight anyway. As soon as he came out, he got knocked on his ass. They should have knew that dude wasn't built for that type of stuff. All right. Now, this is the interesting thing. The very next number on your chart is number 11. Guess what? That number 11 is all. There's tarot cards that the Justice card is number 11. See, on other tarot cards, the number 8 card is the Strength card. And that's the Divine Feminine and the Divine Masculine working together. But on some cards, the number 8 card is the Justice card. Now, on your natal chart, they're giving you 8 and then they're giving you 11. Because now the 11 card on tarot cards is the Justice card. But see, what I'm trying to tell you is that's too much justice in one area. And that's why I'm saying just be careful. Because sometimes the person we're affiliated with can get us in a lot of trouble. So now they say an 11 is the Strength card. And that's Leo energy. But remember, on some cards it's reversed. So just be mindful of that. So now you see the Leo Sagittarius energy again. All right, now let's find out which card is the number 20 card. See, you're going to see number 9. See, number 9 is the Hermit. But you have to be careful. Like I said, anything that's saying isolation on your chart, you have to be careful because that could be incarceration. And the funny thing about it is, well, I'm going to tell you two things. Your name kept popping up. Like a whole lot of shit went down this week where people, you know, they got the same name that you have. Your name kept popping up. And right now, the country that's named after you is about to go to war. They're going to fight for Venezuela. And Venezuela is just like saying Venus. And then and remember that Pluto is the planet of black people. That's what my astrology book says.com. But Pluto rules Scorpio, and Scorpio is right at Revelation chapter 9. the bottomless pit, if you notice, it talks about the darkness, the smoke, and then it talks about the scorpion. It's talking about the melanated people, the people of color. All right, so whenever you see number 9, that could mean isolation. It's the hermit. That could mean isolation. But the hermit on the card, he has his own light. So he's not really a hermit. He just goes by his own light. But hermit can mean isolation. You just have to be careful. Because on your card, you see it a lot. So now 20 on a tarot card is the judgment card. See? You see what I'm saying? They keep talking about, see what I'm saying? In your first house, they keep talking about Libra, law, justice, and now judgment. And then you got all that activity going on your card. Cause like it's almost implying that you would be affiliated or associated with violence and shit. And that's a good way to get locked up for a long ass time. And that's why I say we're very childish in third dimension. Because I'm not saying he's right or wrong, but one thing this gentleman said when they accused him of doing all this stuff, and he wrote a song and said, I admit it. But then he was saying how a lot of them females, because he said one female said something, he said when he heard that, he said he started laughing. And he went on to sing in a song and say that some of the females he was with was asking him to like spank him and shit like that. But that was getting flipped to say he's violent. Like I wasn't there, I don't know. But I know I was in a situation where I was with somebody for 8 years. And they just wanted to get some attention. So they did that. They was in this church or something. And they basically said that they was a victim of abuse. And so my people came to tell me what they said. And they thought I was going to get upset or get emotional. And when they told me that, I busted out laughing. I said, what part was I abusing her? When she was laying on her lazy ass and wouldn't do nothing? When I was cleaning up the whole house, wouldn't do shit? I said, or was it the time I was just coming home when I was on the road and I called her and said, yo, put a thing in the microwave, because she wouldn't cook nothing. This chick was lazy. I said, yo, put something in the microwave, and she said no. She wouldn't even do that and shit. Yo, so I was laughing. Like I said, what part? Oh, I abused her. I said, what? I said, really? I said, who was abused? Her or me and shit. I was laughing and shit. And then I was in a car with a whole bunch of women, and it came up again. I was in a car with a whole bunch of women because we was out in the community doing service work. And so then I started talking about the real deal, what really happened and shit. And every woman in that car felt sorry for me and shit. Anybody abused that bitch, crazy ass liar. So and then Jaleel White went through the same thing. Jaleel White went to like some woman he was with. I don't know if that's his ex-wife or who he was with, but she told all these lies and shit. So all these people thought Jaleel White was beating her up and shit. So then they finally got him on TV, and he just said that he was all cool, and he just answered all the questions. And when he got done, the TV interviewer, the reporter, apologized to him. She like, we so sorry. She like, we so sorry you had to go through that. So that's why I say you not there. You just don't know. You just going by what you hear in the media and stuff. I'm not saying like I just think the dude was a nutty dude. At the end of the day, I just think. But a lot of people, like really, a lot of these dudes are getting busted. But that whole realm is perverted sex. Anything going Hollywood, entertainment, music, it's all perverted. That's why I said just listen to the type of music and the songs that come out of it. The same songs you be bopping your head to, dancing to, having sex to. Then all of a sudden you want to act like you shocked. When somebody been telling you since like the late 80s or 1990, age ain't nothing but a number. I think you ready now. Like this dude been telling you for like almost 20 years. So now you're gonna be upset and excited or shocked. Keep it on the down low. Alright. So you got too much legal stuff in your first house, so be easy. Repent. Alright. Now, in the tarot card, it only go up to number 21. So 23
it's not gonna be no tarot card with number 23. But so they break that number down. But 23 is 2 and 3, which basically goes to 5, and that could be a violent number. That could be like a violent number to come out of nowhere. But if you look at yourself, like if you look at your chart, all you see is heat, fire signs. Then that's the sun. Notice how it's at 0, 0. Now I'm gonna ask you to do one thing for me. Look on your chart and see how many times. Let me tell you how to read it first. Like the first number with the degree, that's always gonna be the degree. So your 23 is 23 degrees. Now the number underneath it, that's the second number. So that's called the minute. Some people call it the second. So your chart is like 23 degrees and 0 minutes. Now you show me on your chart anywhere else you see 0 minutes. Nowhere. So it's telling you something about your sun at 23 degrees. Basically, 23 degrees is just like saying Uranus or Sun. It's anybody that could just blow up out of nowhere. It could be violent. It breaks down to the number 5. It could mean other things like number 2 is diplomacy and number 3 is like spiritual. But 23 really breaks down to 5, and that could mean violence. And I'm saying if you just go by your chart, it's being seen over and over again. All right. Your very next number, 28 degrees, again at 1 minute. That's almost the same thing as saying 0, 0. 28 degrees means excessive. And then your true north node, again, is that hermit number 9. That's the hermit card, the ninth card. Now, that could mean isolation. The hermit can also be somebody that goes by his own light or his own understanding, his own experience. And sometimes that could be a good thing if you really learned, but that could also be a dangerous thing if you just going by how you feel. That's why I said for people to really understand this, you got to learn how to balance out your mind and your emotions. Not saying we'll be perfect with it, but anybody could do it. It's just that we choose not to. Like let's take T.I. That's another guy trying to be more tougher than he really was. Let's keep it 100. When T.I. first came out, he just kept talking crazy. He kept calling people out wanting to fight the whole world. T.I. was just going in. So he more or less really picks a fight with Little Flip. Like it wasn't that serious, but T.I., I just think he was trying to do what Tupac did. Trying to make a whole lot of noise and make a whole lot of money. But he kept calling out Lil Flip. Now, let me tell you how this really works. Now, T.I.'s complaint was, this dude, he ain't no gangster. He making this kind of music. He's not no real gangster. Boom, boom, boom. So, bottom line was this. The dudes around Little Flip was all known in the streets. And they was all vouching for him. So, the bottom line is, every gangster's not in the street. You just heard, if you were listening, when we were describing this chart, they said this type of person hides in the background and sends other people out. So that's what Little Flip was doing. And if you really understand that, that's smart. So T.I. kept pushing it. So T.I. thought he was going to go into their territory. Because T.I. was trying to show the world, I'm a real thug, I'm a real gangster, I'm a super thug. But ain't no real thug going to go in nobody else's territory because you could lose your life. Ain't no real. You have to be, if you're going to go on somebody else's territory, you better be ready to die. Any real nigga know that. I mean, you could be mad all you want, but you better keep that shit on your side. Because if you go on somebody else's side, you better be ready to die. Because if they real dudes, they supposed to take care of you. That's just the code. If you come walking on somebody else's territory, you got to get served. Their whole reputation will be down the tubes. So, T.I. finally went on the man's territory, allegedly looking for Little Flip. So he went over there and got punched in his face by one of Little Flip's men. And then after that, then T.I. said the beef is over. Okay, but how come every time you talk hardcore, but then when something happened, then the beef is over? Because in the other time, you was buying all these guns, talking crazy again. Then when you got caught and they put that time on you, you were supposed to do all that time. Now you talking about, oh, you know, it's okay to snitch as long as you only snitching on like somebody that beat up an old lady or something like that. And now all the stuff you were saying is totally different than what you're saying now that you got caught by the police. Once again, as soon as the pressure come on, you change your story. And now you're saying now you can handle your anger. Before you were saying you can't handle your anger. You said, I'm from the streets. I can't handle my anger. I can't handle my anger. But as soon as shit pop off, now you can handle your anger. So my point I'm saying is don't wait till shit happen to say, oh, I can use my brain. Because I already proved to y'all throughout this video that people can use their brain whenever they want to. It's just they choose not to because it ain't nothing, it's no force. It's nothing pressuring them to use it. But on this natal chart, you see Pluto and Saturn are going to make sure they use it. Because that's when the universe starts to give you a spanking. So the very next number is Uranus at 12 degrees. Well, 12 is the Hangman card. That is Neptune energy. And that's some form of suspension or isolation. That could be jail, but it could also be somebody saying, yeah, he's right. I'm just going to work on my home business. I'm going to stop all that, put myself in situations where I can get myself in a lot of trouble, hurt myself or somebody else. And then the very next card is Neptune. And Neptune usually deals with dreams, idealism. And he's at 15 degrees, right? Let me make sure. 15 degrees. But that is Capricorn energy. And Capricorn is people that are bound to like physical things, like bound to their job or bound to what. So those two planets might be telling you that it might be good to be bound to a business and stuff like that to do something positive, as opposed to being bound to shit that's causing you to be more Mars and Pluto and off the hook and all kind of crazy shit. And then as you get better at it, then you can do different things. And then your first 0 degree item on your chart is Lilith. And that's a novice. That means she's just getting there into the 3rd house. She's new. But she's probably not going to trust it because she's repressed. So Lilith at 0 degrees in your 3rd house of Gemini, Aquarius energy. Lilith is not going to feel so comfortable there. But in a way that's smart because both Gemini and Aquarius are not known for like integrity. Like Aquarius will be in a relationship with you, but they still want their freedom. Like Aquarius is not the type of person that's gonna be like they won't answer. Like if you call them, if they feel like you calling too much or whatever, or they feel like they just don't feel like talking to you, they ain't gonna answer that phone. And they don't want you questioning them, because they'll be with you. They'll say, oh yeah, I'm with you, but just because I'm with you don't mean that I still want my freedom. That's Aquarius. Plus Aquarius likes alternative relationships. Like they say, Uranus and Aquarius are the eyeballs of the zodiac wheel. And then Gemini is also Gemini, break up real quick for any reason. Aquarius and Gemini don't want to go deep. And that's why Lilith is smart at being at 0 degrees. Because what she's saying is I really don't know what's going on and I don't trust anything. And plus, because I'm repressed, I'm just not going to open up in the 3rd house. Like you would have to prove it to me. You would have to show it to me. And then you got Saturn at 4 degrees. But anything 4 degrees is dealing with hard work and earthy stuff. Because Saturn is going to try to force Aquarius. And if he's trying to force Aquarius, that means he's trying to force Uranus to grow up a little bit. And then Juno at 9 degrees is probably implying that that person who you're going to be in a serious relationship with, that person's going to kind of like be your light. You're going to view that person as your light. Because remember, 9 degrees is the hermit, and the hermit walks with the light in front of his face. Like he's not worrying about nobody but that light. So sometimes when you're in love with somebody, that's all you see. See, that's what I'm telling you. Your moon sign is at 5 degrees. Now, remember when I told you about 23? That's number 5. See, that's not really good. Because, again, that's internally. That's somebody got a lot of internal anger and shit. So you really got to work on that. But let's look at the number. The number 5 card is also Taurus energy. It's the Pope. It could be spiritual energy, but you gotta know the whole number of the number 5. The number 5 could also be real violent. And just like in real life, if you really knew how many wars that the Pope, the person who sits in the Pope position, he was behind it because he gave the okay. Because like the Pope could have shut Hitler down, because we got pictures of Adolf Hitler bowing down and kissing the Pope's hand and all that shit. So everything Hitler did during World War II was okay by that Pope, because the Pope could have shut Hitler down like that, but he didn't do it. And then in the gangster talk, that'd be like the godfather or the leader, like the leader of the gang or whatever. So they're saying 5 can be the number of rapid change. Like I said, I would just tell you to just keep an eye on your Taurus energy. Your Taurus energy around you, especially in your relationships. Because Taurus rules your 2nd house. That's your true north node. And you got Uranus right there. And Uranus I already told you, Uranus is all about rapid change, unexpected change. And then you got your 12 degrees, which again is the hangman, or suspension, or isolation. So just be mindful of that Taurus. Because that Taurus energy could even be somebody stubborn and just stuff like that. All right, now, where your vertex is, 21 degrees, that is the world card. But that's Saturn. So this is telling you it's going to be some type of karmic connection. And your vertex means fate or destiny. And it could be either Scorpio or Cancer energy. So you really have to learn your 12th house and your 8th house. Because those are the main things where all that underworld stuff happens. And all that hidden stuff happens and all that stuff. From prostitution, you name it. It's all coming out either the 8th house or the 12th house or both of them. Even animals and weird shit with animals and all that's in there. Music agents and all that. Cause like I said, this is the houses. These are the houses that was down with that rapper and the gang he was associated with. Drugs, it's all there. You name it, it's all there. Betrayal, ratting on people, telling. suffering, incarceration, arrest. It's all there. Then we go to your ninth house with that Leo energy again, and you see the number 9 again. With Chiron retrograde. And then you got the number 25, which are part of fortune. They say number 5 is a perceptive person, wise beyond their years. And they say this person usually would spend time alone, but they will be with other people if need be. And remember, this is all your Sagittarius, Leo energy. And see, that's not good. Because they say 25 represents the law. You see what I'm saying? And I told you, that's your house of higher law. See, you're talking about the feds are higher than the feds. That's like if you was like every now and then you do see a rapper get locked up in a foreign country and shit. Like, it's that type of shit. It could be feds, it's some type of international, but it's not gonna be low. It's not gonna be like your local county, your local township. It's not gonna be none of that. It's not gonna be the state police. It's not gonna be none state. It's gonna be the feds are higher. So that's why I say, because I do readings, and somebody might say, "Well, you talking about? I'm not affiliated with no gangsters or something like that." But either it's your past life, something, or like your life ain't over with yet. So, but it's being said, and if you notice, I'm showing you. Like, that's why I said, when people are really listening, how can you not hear it or see it? Especially if you're taking notes and stuff. That's why I said, with me, how I am, once I know I show somebody step by step or whatever, if they say and they can't get it, I'm sitting here going, I don't see how you can't when I went step by step. I can see if I didn't go step by step. But if I go step by step, either you wasn't listening or something. And then I have to ask myself, I can't go over it again, because then I'd be stupid. You know what I'm saying? I can't do it again. I already did it. Like I said, that's why I say you gotta respect people's time and stuff. And time is money at the end of the day. If somebody's showing you it, then you gotta do your part too. And if you do want them to show you again, then you gotta pay for that, because I already showed you. It's not that difficult at all. All right. Now, when you go to your Jupiter at 14 degrees, that card is called the Temperance card, and that's Sagittarius energy. Now, Jupiter rules Sagittarius, so that's a good thing to have in your ninth house. But it's also called the Angel of Time card. And see, whenever you deal with time, you're going to be dealing with Saturn. So now you're dealing with karma again, or past life, because it's the Angel of Time. And then it's called the Gateway of Hell. And a lot of people don't know that the 10th house of the zodiac, the 10th house of your chart, can be connected to hell. So let me just look at that real quick. So this just said, when you're going through hell, keep going. So I want to check this out. Now this is tarot.com. Outer planets Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto are heavy hitters. These guys mean business when they transit a personal planet. Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, and Mars, or angle in your chart by a close degree. You can count on upsets in your world. She's talking about Winston Churchill. I was just reading about Winston Churchill. I was in a doctor's office for a long ass time on Friday, and I picked up a Times magazine, and they was talking about World War II, because I study all that shit, and they was talking about Winston Churchill. And he lived that, because when Hitler was bombing England, and Winston Churchill would not tap out, and Hitler was bombing the hell out of England. And Winston Churchill sat there the whole time and took it. And that's why I said when you're going through hell, keep going. That Winston Churchill said that. So like I'm trying to tell you, 21 is still Saturn energy, and it's in the oh yeah, because I said the time of the angel of time, and time will always be Saturn energy, and that's the 10th house ruled by Saturn, and I told you it's the gateway to hell. So that's what it says. There are many different ways in which this can happen when you are disciplined by Saturn. Let's say you're having a Saturn transit in your 10th house of career. Well, Saturn's not necessarily transiting there on your chart, but it's still your 10th house of career, which is ruled by Saturn. And that card is, that number 14 is the Angel of Time card, which is, time is Saturn. So that can mean either a career pinnacle, and remember your 10th house is going to affect your 2nd house, and anywhere where your Taurus is at. I think your Taurus is in your 6th house. So it can affect you when your reputation is pulled into play, or when your boss or your job isn't happy with your performance. So Saturn may put you in a situation where you have to work even harder to get through whatever bad reputation or some lies or something. And sometimes he just knock you out the box. Like I said, it's that Pluto kill you and then rebuild you. And a lot of times when you see Uranus on your chart, Uranus helps you be more conscious of something. So what may be going on in that area where you see Uranus and Saturn on your chart, if you were really an emotional type person, not really stable, again, then that's why they're trying to get you to be more stabilized, possibly with that career. But if you notice on your chart, they're really focusing on where your Capricorn is, and then Saturn rules Capricorn. Then it's focusing on your third house, which can, and with Aquarius, and that could be kind of immature. And then when you get to your 10th house, you got number 14, which again is the Saturn energy, because it's the Angel of Time card. And as you become more of a worker or service, because that's what Virgo is, service, then you get blessed more by Jupiter. The more you learning, like I said, it's a lesson. Like I said, I know females. I know a female, like she once she started going to college or whatever, she was way different. Like before college, she was more like, didn't give a fuck. She stayed high, always fucking. She didn't really care who she was fucking. But once she started going to school, she is totally different. Like she wasn't that type of person. So that's what you kind of see in your chart in your 10th house, as long as you abiding by what Saturn's trying to do. Because Saturn's trying to stabilize and get discipline and the benefit of hard work and stuff like that. Not just hard work, but the benefit of hard work. That's the difference. And invest at 20 degrees, so you want to check that one out. And that's the Judgment card. So that's interesting. And we usually don't do minutes like we do degrees, but it is kind of interesting how your minute as 15, because that would be Capricorn, and Capricorn rules that house, and then it gives you number 10 after 20 degrees, and 10 is like a new beginning. And see, 20 degrees Judgment. Remember, Justice is JU, and that's a part of Judgment, and then Judgment is JU. Now this is Carol, Barbeau. She said this is a strong leadership placement of Vesta and carries a harsh judgment of self. So even she's and she said, guess what she said? She said Vesta in Capricorn. And that's Vesta in the 10th house. And I just showed you like that 15 could be Capricorn. So that's, for me, that's the first time I've ever seen them use like a tarot card in the minutes section. I'm sure they've probably done it before. I just never saw it done before. So what I would say to this person is, if you are involved with anything like what I've been talking about, just be easy. Because it's almost like your chart is set up to pop you, just like they did to Kasi 6ix9ine. But they do that so that you'll never do no dumb shit like that ever again. Because he literally apologized and everything. He didn't just go, yeah, I did it. Yeah, I did it. I confess. He didn't just do it like that to get the time off. He actually said sorry and everything. I'm sorry for anybody I let down and all this other. He went out like a straight up sucker. But I could see it. To me, he always looked like a little boy talking shit. Like, it wasn't nothing gangster about that nigga. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't nothing game. That's why I don't F with this YouTube like I used to. Like I used to come out, it's just silly. It's so much stuff is silly. Like everybody want the easy way and everybody want to do everything silly, not realizing you have to pay for that. The universe don't play. There's a reason. Like even when you look at it from a spiritual viewpoint and use the Bible and Christianity, all you got to do is read Job chapter 1, Job chapter 2, and Matthew chapter 4. There you see God using Satan and devil to get some stuff done. They say, well, why would God use the devil? So until you understand where you really are and what's really going on this planet, you're going to keep on misleading yourself. There's a reason why God put the tree with the fruit in the middle, the biggest, most beautiful tree, and then told him you better not eat it. Don't even look at it. Okay, so if you don't want me to look at it, that's like me working for some dude and he got a daughter around my age. And she walking around all sexy and all kind of crazy stuff, looking like she want to get it. And he's telling me don't even look at her. That's just stupid. And she looking all at me and doing all kind of stuff, but I'm not supposed to look at her and ain't nothing supposed to happen. If you touch my daughter, I'll fire you. Then why the heck you got her walking around the way she's walking around? And why she looking at me? Why would you even put me in the same area as her? And we always in the area alone. So when you look at it that way, they were set up. They were set up to fall. That's why it happened the way it did. Why didn't the serpent come when they was both together? Why did the serpent come when they was alone? And Adam had been by himself all that time before Eve came. Why didn't he go to Adam? Why did he come almost right after Eve showed up right away? The serpent right there talking to her. So everything is planned. Everything is scripted. Everything is planned. And the more you study your chart, the more you start to see it, then you know. But then you start to not do stupid shit. Like you can see stuff a mile away. But when you really don't know, then you can fall for anything. Because you say, oh, you be driving your car somewhere. You say, oh, there's a convenience store. I'm going to just go in there and give me a soda. So give me something to drink or something. And then you go in there and all of a sudden somebody in there you knew from the past. Or you meet somebody, some crazy shit. And like when you don't know no better, you think that was just a coincidence or some shit like that. But when you've been around long enough, you know it ain't no coincidences. So when you realize that how the world really runs, you think differently. Like somebody who you might have gave your number to, you may not give it to him now. Because now you realize what's going to happen. Whereas now you don't have no understanding, so you don't see nothing wrong with it. Or people be lying to each other. Like if you meet somebody on Facebook, oh, we just talking on Facebook. Ain't no big deal. And then it's a phone number. Oh, it ain't no big deal. We just talk on the phone. And then just keep on playing games and then bam, bam, bam. Next, you know, your husband trying to kill this dude or whatever. The more you know and apply it, the more you grow. Alright. So let me just do this real quick. So now it says, basically, Vesta in the 10th house, she's holding the laws of justice, truth and balance within her hands. And that's interesting. Because I would never think, you would think that Vesta in Libra would be laws of justice and balance. But she's telling you Vesta in the 10th house, which is ruled by Capricorn, is laws of justice. Healing here is often done through a powerful force of the laws of the universe. See what I'm saying? So, again, everything happens for a reason. Laws of the universe. See, they had some type of plans with that so-called rapper. The universe did. Now, whether he had some karma to get off, or they really got some plans for him. Because they set up his lifestyle that he would meet Treyway. A so-called a real gangster coming out of New York. And it set up a situation that through that combination, he was able to keep blowing up and becoming one of the most known rappers at that particular time. And then he knew how to run his mouth like Tupac, always talking crazy. But only he said even worse stuff than Tupac did. And then everybody, he knew how to troll because he learned how to troll from 50 Cent. So he knew how to do everything that put him in that #1 spot. But underneath all that hype was a whole lot of what the law would call criminal activity. Stuff you can do the rest of your life in jail for. So what I'm trying to tell you is that's what the universe did to him. They gave him enough rope to hang himself. And the moment that the law felt that they had enough to pull a whole organization down, they did. And in order for him not to spend the next 40 or something years in jail, he ratted everybody out, hoping to get some type of leniency. But maybe if the universe wants to use him to help others at some point in his future, that may happen. Or it was just a karmic debt that he had to pay. And he may just become a nobody. He might go off into the sunset under some witness protection program. Or he might get killed for ratting. So it's all on what the universe is going to do. But now we know that Vesta in the 10th house, which is ruled by Capricorn, is the goddess and the priestess holding the laws of justice, truth, and balance in her hands. Healing here is often done through a powerful force of the laws of the universe. Vesta in the 10th house, ruled by Capricorn, knows that to show others the road you have to align yourself not only with man's laws, but with higher laws. And that's what I've been saying. And that the rules must be obeyed in order to create order. And that's what I was saying. See what I'm saying? Just like how I started. I was talking about that dude, right? And everybody might have been wondering, why was he talking about that dude? Now I'm showing you by this person's placement of that Vesta in her 10th house, ruled by Capricorn, the same thing that's on her chart is the same thing that dude just went through. Once again, I'm in perfect harmony with the universe. Now again, how can you see it? You see it by taking notes. Otherwise, like I said, you think you're watching TV. A lot of y'all watch TV. Y'all ain't got your natal charts yet. Y'all just come out here, listen. Don't make no move. So as long as you stay in that order, you align to be disciplined by the universe. Because you see it, you hear it, but you do nothing about it. Which means the universe has got to do something with you at some point. And these are the same people that when the universe brings love into their life and then they can't retain it because they're not ready for it, because they ain't do jack about it to get ready for it, except just come here and listen, then they're going to be upset. But the only person to blame is you. Because you could have been got your natal chart. You could have been working on it. Because that's what you're supposed to be doing. That's more important than just about anything else you do out here. Because ain't nothing else you do out here have nothing to do with your life message. Like your life message is God's message to you about your life. That's on your natal chart. It's your universal message. So, Vesta in the 10th house, ruled by Capricorn, is a strong leadership placement of Vesta and carries a harsh judgment of self with it often. Well, we try to tell people you don't have to judge yourself harshly, but what I think it more importantly, it's a harsh judgment. It's a harsh judgment coming from Vesta herself and the universe and Saturn and Capricorn if you fail to apply it. And give me a moment, please. right, where we at? Wow, we almost went past 4 hours, but we're almost done. And I said that was number 20, right? The Judgment. Now remember, the Judgment card is connected to Pluto energy, and that's what you see in your final house, 12th house, which is the house of judgment. And if you had a number 13 on your chart, which you don't, but that would be the Death card, and that's ruled by Scorpio. Scorpio being ruled by Pluto. All right, so I think this is the last number on your chart, which is 27. And when they do the number 27, they talk about people like all the rock stars that died when they were 27 or close to it, like Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, and Jim Morrison. They kind of imply 27 is a number of the people that, you know, they care about people, they care about humanity, compassion. But again, that's your medium Coeli, and believe it or not, your medium Coeli also works with your true north node. So what I'm getting from that, and even at number 42, see in your Bible, it talks about 42. But what the number 42 really means is after you've gone through a process. Because in the Bible, they say the Great Tribulation. But the Great Tribulation is also the Great Travail. It's actually the birth. So they compare the Great Tribulation to giving birth. So that's a process you go through before you're born again. So first you got to go through the darkness of the womb and go through all this tough shit. But then you come out and you give birth, and now you want to help. And that's what he said. Now, whether he meant, I doubt if he meant it. It was too early. But that's what he said. He read it. He was like, I'm so sorry I did this. I'm so sorry I let a lot of people down. See, that's the first start to coming back and telling people. And see, the funny thing about it is, once he got arrested, all these other so-called gangsters that be on YouTube all the time, all these rapper gangsters, that's what they was all saying. Now, these are the same dudes, when he was walking around, they all wanted to be with him because these are all old dudes. And to make themselves relative, they want to get with the new dude because this was a new guy. He's the hot guy. So they all want to walk around with him. And they were all, none of them dudes. The only dude I seen that tried to tell him was Fat Joe. Fat Joe said, listen, man, they're going to get you. He told him to his face. And the dude was like, they ain't going to get me. But the rest of the dudes just paraded that young boy around on some little stuff they do, little freaky stuff, hugging him and all that crazy stuff. But the point is, none of them dudes tried to sit him down and say, yo, this is how it really is. That's why I said to me, they all fake at the end of the day. But now that he got popped, the same dudes that was standing with him, putting him up like a role model, now they all going, you know, if you making legal money out of rap music, why would you flip that money into illegal money? That's stupid. Yeah, but why didn't you tell him that when he was standing right next to you? So that's what they mean about humanity. You go through the 42. The 42 is a whole embarrassment of getting caught. Rat, now everybody know you a rat. The whole embarrassment, the humiliation, you got to go through it to be humble. And then if the universe chooses to use you, see, your 10th house has a lot to do with your purpose. That's why medium Coeli is almost the same thing as your true north node. It's your purpose. That's why your true north node is Capricorn, and Capricorn rules your 10th house. So that's why I'm saying you got to be easy, because it's almost like it's on your chart saying that you will do some time. And you know what keeps flashing in my head? What keeps flashing in my head is David Chappelle. You know that female that thought she was hardcore? And she like, I keep it real. Don't be calling my house playing on my line. I don't play like that. I keep it real. So she thought she was hardcore, and she thought she was from the street. So she traced that phone number to somebody's house, and she broke their car. She broke their car down. But the dude, now this is to show you how smart David Chappelle was. The dude that lived in the house, the car she broke up and beat up and kicked it and broke all the windows and stuff, he was a Fed. So she got locked up in a federal prison. So that's how real David Chappelle was. Why didn't she just get locked up in any prison or a state prison? But in that video, in that comedy thing, I think she got locked up in the federal prison because the dude's car that she broke up was a federal agent, and so she got locked up in a federal prison for breaking down federal property and shit. That shit funny. So then she was in federal prison, and some female said something to her, and she said, I'm gonna keep it real. Y'all can't talk. I'm gonna keep it real. And they beat the shit out of her and shit. And then David Chappelle said she kept it real, but they kept it real and shit. So what I'm saying to you, what I'm seeing on the chart, I see the same thing. Like the universe is giving you that. What I'm gonna tell you the same thing I tell Doc. Let me tell you who Doc was. Back in the 1980s, wasn't nobody realer than Doc. Now Doc is from my same county out here in New Jersey. He's further north than me. To go see Doc back then where Doc lived, you had to get on the parkway and go north. All right? So Doc was from my same county. And this dude went out to LA. Now Doc went to LA when they was killing you. Like Doc went to LA when you could get killed for any reason. This dude leaves Jersey, my county, and goes to LA on some crime stuff. Real talk. Doc became the biggest dude out in Cali. Los Angeles, all the clubs, everything. He had mansions before any of them people had mansions. Doc had a car before any of them people had a car. Doc would walk up in the club and he had a cell phone. And back then, didn't nobody even know what no mobile phone was, or no, like a mobile. They called it a mobile phone back then. But it looked like a big ass walkie-talkie. So everybody in the club said, who that? And what, he got a walkie-talkie? They didn't even know what a mobile phone was. They didn't even know you could have a phone in your car. That's how real Doc was. Dude came from the same area as me. Same county. Now, in Ice-T's video, New Jack Hustler, when Ice-T walks down that street, I think he got Mike Tyson with him and all them people, because the people that walked down that street with Ice-T was dudes that was real close to him, and Doc is walking with him. That's how real Doc was, and he's still friends with Ice-T and Ice-T's DJ. He's real good friends with Ice-T's DJ. Now, Doc did a state bid, right here in Jersey. He did a state bid. He got a 4 flat. He had to do a year in jail. And I knew Doc. After that, I knew Doc. And Doc was addicted to crime. Like on your natal chart, you got a lot of addictive stuff on your chart. But Doc was addicted to crime. And I told Doc, I said, Doc, listen, God done gave you a warning. You should have did for all that stuff you did, you should have did way more than some 4 years in some state bid. You should have been doing like a bigger place. God gave you a warning. Gave you 4, you only had to do a year. I said, fall back. I said, because if you get caught again, it's going to be long as I don't know what. So Doc was Doc. Kept on doing. He was like obsessed with any form of crime. He just loved doing crime. He was obsessed with it. So sure enough, in just a little bit of time, he got busted again. That time he got busted by the feds. They locked that nigga up for 15 years. So he did, because like I said, when you do the higher courts, like on your chart, it's higher courts. When you do those bids, when they say 15, it ain't no 15, but you'll get out in 3 on good behavior. 15, you'll get out on 5 or 6. It's 15, you got to do 85 to 90% of that time. So he did 14 years and like 6 or 7 months before they let him out. So that's all. I'm just telling you what I see on your chart, because a lot of times people say, well, I'm not affiliated. What are you talking about? But I'm only telling you what I see on your chart. So it's either some past life stuff, something you associated or with. But what I'm saying, you could just be a female. What I'm trying to tell you, that's why I told you about that David Chappelle. She just thought she was a tough female. She just thought, I'll keep it real. I'll fight you. But she didn't realize when she vandalized that car, that was a federal, and they put her ass in a federal prison. And life is like that. Like, that shit was funny because it's so real. And then she still was in prison trying to be a tough guy, and she got her ass kicked. So the realest you can do is do like I told you to do. When the universe is talking to you, listen. Stop thinking you know everything. Humble yourself. The scriptures say humble yourself and the Lord will exalt you. Your natal chart is your Bible given to you directly from God to you, the universe. Your natal chart is you. It's not bubblegum astrology. You can't just let anybody do your natal chart. You can't just go get some whack-ass your natal chart. Don't even got asteroids on it. The chart look all ugly. Don't even know how to can't even read it. And you talking about that's just stupid stuff. But these are the same people that got money out the Kasuzo to buy some stupid-ass video games. To buy somebody like somebody talking about on their channel, they sell like sweatshirts. So you got money for some stupid-ass sweatshirt. You ain't gonna want no sweatshirt when you burning in hell. It's going to be too hot to have on a sweatshirt when you burning in hell, dumbass. What you need to do is find out why you here. What's your purpose? What did the universe expect of you? And then that's when your life gets better. Then all that lovey-dovey stuff everybody looking for, the best person you can love first is yourself. Because until you learn how to love yourself, you ain't going to be able to love nobody else. That's why they breaking up, cheating on each other. They get together, break up real quick because there ain't no love. They jump in real quick and then they jump out to the next person. So that's the message coming from the universe. Like this was real. This was a real unique reading because I wasn't expecting it to go that way. And I want to thank Spirit for helping me because I definitely only went where I was told to go. But this is all about more. This is, believe it or not, this is more about your karmic assignment connected to your past life or past lives than it is about your present life. Your present life is basically pretty much stay busy, stay away from any form of like fleshly stuff, foolish stuff, get you in trouble. And I gave you a whole lot of advice. That's why I said take notes. That's why people be thinking they listening to TV and they're not really listening. So then they go out in the real world and they don't apply the counsel, and then they still find themselves. I told you about love yourself, how to find real love, how not to ever be somebody's side piece and all that foolishness. I gave you a lot. So that's why I said take notes. But again, you got it right there on the video, so you could always flip it back whenever you want to listen to it. Remember, I got a lot of offers going on. If you don't have the services offered and priceless, make sure you get it. And again, I do more than just natal charts. Anything that's paranormal, I do it. Any form of research, I do. Anything that's predictive, I do. We do cards, we do Archangel cards over it. Like, we do anything. So, people that be dealing with me, I got some that are just, there. You got some people to run, come, and go. But you got other people to understand it. Because you got to put in. Because I do it the right way. You have to put in to understand it. If you're just looking for something to just hear, like you just, some people just, they kind of like got a groupie mentality. They don't want to study. They don't want to change. They just want to be like a groupie. But if you can get past that immature groupie mentality and apply it, like this is priceless. Your natal chart is priceless. It's nothing on the planet that's more valuable than your natal chart, because that's coming straight from the Most High. I didn't do it. I just interpreted. I didn't do it. That's coming from the Most High. It's nothing more valuable than that. So I know what all this has done to me. The Archangel cards, the metaphysics, the Doreen Virtue, the natal chart. Even when I meet people, like when I met my soulmate, even like she helped me a lot. Like we never really connected, but she helped me a lot. And if it wasn't for my twin flame, I wouldn't even know the majority of this stuff. So even though me and her had a horrible relationship, it was still great what I'm doing now. So that's all I got to say. It's been a pleasure. God bless.